Assemble everybody! The Phantom Nightmare stream is finally here. God, I've waited so long for this. Ellie the Month, thank you for the early 16 months. Appreciate that. Also, did we really need do we really need a prediction every time on how washed we're gonna be in the warm-up? Is that something that you guys feel like is necessary for like the okay, all right. Now I was just asking. No, I had no second thought. You know, I'm completely neutral on this discussion. I just wanted to know how you guys felt about the level of how mandatory that is. But okay, sure. Okay. I guess it might be necessary. Zeno, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Also, Little TLC and ZX the Boo, thank you guys for the subs. Appreciate you guys. All right. We are finally here on Phantom Nightmare release day, and that means we're gonna have a lot of cool things to do today. We're going to be obviously opening up this bad boy over here in a second, courtesy of SmartGuard, obviously, as per usual, after the warm-up, and then we are going to just hop straight into, you know, building decks with Phantom Nightmare, learning the combos of these decks. And once we're done with that, we're going to take a look at Snake-Eyes, obviously, most importantly. But at the same time, or after that, we're also going to look at, for now, Voiceless Voice as well. I think those are the two most hyped archetypes from this set. Those are the two. We're going to talk about different Fire King, or different Snake-Eye versions, rather. I always say Fire King, even though it's only one of the versions. But we're taking a look at... We can take a look at Voiceless Voice. We're going to look at some of the combo lines, and then we're also going to talk about some of the non-engine / tech cards that are going to be good in the upcoming format. I thought that was a good idea. After we look into, you know, Snake-Eye combo lines and Voiceless Voice combo lines, I think it's a good idea, once you've looked at those, to think about, okay, how do you interrupt those combos? Which cards are good against these and why? How do you play around some of these if you're playing those decks, and how which cards don't work against it? You know, I think that's a good idea. Kagaru, thank you for the 5 months. We are not going to look at Raid Raptors today. Maybe at some point in the upcoming weeks. I have a lot of plans when it comes to Phantom Nightmare, you know, deck building and remote content. Not sure yet if Raid Raptor is going to be one of the decks, but there's going to be a lot of that kind of stuff, right? Mind Gaming, thank you for the 3 months. Can we get a remix? Only because you asked so nicely. I shall grant you. Hold up. I shall grant you a remix. Because you asked so nicely and blessed me with your sub. Hold up. We don't get these very often these days because of how inflation works, you know? Pizza Sandwich, thank you for the full year. And Carl Drogo, thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. We can't have nice things. Look, it's not me. I'm not responsible for inflation. The remix is low. Oh. There you go. All right, then. It's exciting. You guys know I hate waiting to open like a box of cards. So we're gonna hop straight into the warm-up so we can open this bad boy up as fast as possible. And let's get some cards. Let me move this out of the way for now, and so I can get closer to my keyboard though. Lelo, thank you for the 8 months. Boom. I'm feeling good today. It's gonna be an insane round. Oh, this is Torque. Yes, Torque Tune Gear. Strawberry. Easy clap. Ooh. Oh, you look familiar. Is that a Springan? Magicore. Yeah, like I said, this my favorite Springan. This looks like a Sylvan. Yeah, this is a Sylvan. Princess Sprout? No. Princess Sprite? Bad spell? Oh. I think this is Princess Sprite on a spell card. Oh, okay. Yeah. Good thing we skipped. Hammer Kong. This looks very familiar. Oh, the cat with the stick. Is it just Magic Cat? It's just Magic Cat. Okay. I think cat with a stick would be better. That's Zeroboros. That I think is Dreadnought Dunker. Yep. Old. Oh, I don't know the name. Doma, the Angel of Silence. All right. Nah. Ooh, this though. Who are you? Ooh, Marshall Leaf, right? Yeah. Okay, I would like to see some of the artwork of the card. Oh, that's a Cupid. Cupid serve? Yep. Ooh, that's an Infernity. But is it General? Archer? It might be Archer. It's Archer. I know this one. I think. Do I? It looked familiar. Maybe not. No. Starry Night Rail. Okay, I actually didn't know that one. That a Therion Duke situation? No. Timaeus? No. Why would you lie to me? Oh, you didn't lie to me. It is Timaeus. I just clicked the wrong one. Okay, never mind. I take it back. I'm sorry. Beige. Don't say wash. We have 11 minutes left. Calm down. We're not even doing that badly. It's okay. Who are you, though? Oh, chronograph. 2 points. We take those. Easy clap. Zoom in all the way. Gaming. 7 tools. Pendulum support. Do not know. Odd eyes stuff. Yes. Zark something. Supreme Rage. Wonderful. No. Oh, this is something Terror. Terror King Archfiend? No. Neosphere? Darkness Neosphere? Oh, okay. I wonder what the full artwork of that card is, because I either mistook it for something. This is the Cerberus, I think. That was a Duel Links card at some point. That was relevant at some point in Duel Links. Is this the dragon thingy? Yeah. Oh, it's an appliancer. Okay. I've seen it. Oh, that's a virtual world. Which one is that? This is virtual world. It's an extra deck monster, isn't it? King Long? Oh, it's the spell card. Right. I thought it was the extra deck thing. Is that White Hole? Yeah. Not sure what that is. Ancient Gear, I think. Howitzer. I know this thing. It's like Gonogo. Yeah, Gonogo. This is Nimbus, I think. Yep. Easiest of claps. All right. Hysteric Party. Yep. This also looks very old. Toon. Is this Toon World? No. Toon. There's a different one. Yeah, Shine Palace. I thought it was Toon World, but yeah, then I remember there's a card that looks kind of like Toon World, but isn't Toon World, which is very confusing. Okay, what is this? It's not Beatrice. It's like Doriado, but not Doriado. Grace Doriado, maybe? Yeah. Is this Rika? No. Oh, it's Trap Tricks. Trap Tricks. This one? Yeah. Hmm. Marvelous. At first I thought it was Pearl Rhino, but it's not. Oh, it's Meron. No! Mecha. Unfortunate. Do I know you? You look like a super heavy samurai, but not one of the good ones. Yeah, swordsman. Oh, I guessed the right one. That's crazy. I actually didn't know which one it was. I had no idea which one. I only knew it was an FA. That doesn't happen very often. I don't often guess the right card. That's crazy. Is that a Photon or a Galaxy, dude? I've seen it. Armed Protector Dragon. Not quite. Golden Apple. Yep. Foolish Revival? No. Wait, is this Gravedigger's Trap Hole? No. Malefic. Why are you changing your mind? Okay. How do you go from Gravedigger's thingy to Malefic Selector? They're not even close to each other. Oh, that's Adignister, isn't it? Adignister. Chichi, the red one. That's Spiral Drone. That I don't know. A raid raptor. What is this? Oh, I've seen it. Something glyph. This one, I think. Yeah. Nope. Pop up. Oh, I know this one. Oh, what is which archetype is that again? Oh, it's like it's either a field spell or is that it's the element saber field spell. Element saber. What is it called? Palace? Elemental Lords. That one, yeah. Is that Garbage Lord? Yep. Don't know what that is. Restorate. Oh, that's a Monarch card. Okay. Shadow Ghoul. Or is it? Oh no, it's Wall Shadow. Yeah. A train. Well, I don't know what it's called. This one. Express train trolley ollie. Okay. You're a synchro with. You're not a synchro, but you have warrior in your name. Max warrior? Yeah. That's Ghost Trick, but it might not have Ghost Trick in the name. Ghost Trick Scare. Okay, it does. Yeah. That is Dark Neos. Okay. That is looking like maybe Shiranui, but no, it's not. What is that? That's a Fire Fist? Really? Oh, Maizai, no. Something sealing technique. Why did I put so many G's? Trap, sealing. Something chain. Paralyzing chain. That is Blaster. Oh, that's Pokemon. Oh, and I clicked zoom. I didn't need that. I always click the first zoom by like habit. That was so easy. God damn it. Well, I guess it doesn't make that much of a difference, but well, we did get 800. That's not too bad. I'm not too mad about that. That's all right. That is a Gaga Gigo. Gaga Gi. No, it was Gaga Gigo. Okay. 816 is not that bad. That's all right. That's all right. Okay, well then. That's above average. Come on. Hey, it's not that bad. It's not insane. I don't call it an insane round in quotation marks. That's hurtful. Don't do that. That's not what I said. I'm just saying 800 is all right. 800 is all right. All right, let's guess this thing real quick. We got a low dark. Let's try a DD Crow. Oops. It's a level 1 dark with 0 attack, 0 defense from way back in the day. Wait, what is that even? It can't be Battle Fader because DD Crow is older than Battle Fader. Level 1 dark. Because it's before 2007. Like, it's not King Cabillo. That's 2008. Fader is 2010. Copycat is a level 1, but it's a light monster. Thousand Eyes, it's not an extra deck monster, I'm pretty sure. Karibo is not 0/0. Relinquished? I don't think it can be a... I don't think it can be a ritual, but I can try Relinquished. Okay, it is a 0/0. We already knew that. But it's not. It's just an effect monster. It is just an effect monster. Nielzo, thank you for 2 full years. Appreciate you. King of the Skull Servants. King of the Skull Servants is the one. That is the one. Well done. Well done. All right. Easy clap. Yo, Raymond, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a wonderful stream. You've been streaming late. Isn't it like, what time is it? 4 in the morning? God damn. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you, Xeon. Thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate that. 6 a.m. even. Oh, good. God damn. Okay. Good night, Ray. Chris, thank you for the 16 months. Good luck with your dentist appointment today. I had one this morning as well. You're going to be okay. Do you have a box to open this time? I do. I do have a box to open. Hold up. Oh, you guys need to let me know. You guys need to let me know whether, like, this is better. Like, how do you want to see this? Like this? Like this? Or even, I feel like this is too far. This is too far away, right? Surely. Surely it's either this one or this one. Are we going super close? Probably, right? Maybe this so you can see what we have already pulled. Like, I can put the pulls over here. Maybe this one. All right. Enough talking. Let's get to Phantom Nightmare box opening. As always, when a new set comes out, we get a box to open on stream from SmartGuard. And we're going to be giving away the cards that I don't need from this. And since I have prepared a bunch of the cards for the deck building stream today, there is a couple of things that I would be giving away if I pulled them. Like, for example, I already have my Promethean princesses. So if we pull a Promethean princess, you guys can also have that one. And so on and so forth. The same is also true for low, by the way. I already have 3 lows. So if we pull a low, that one's also going to be given away as per usual. You know, we don't only give away the cheap stuff, because I already have lows. You can also, if I pull a low, you can also have that one. So let us hop right. We have a prediction. What should the prediction be? What should the mods make a prediction that is, do we pull Promethean? We already have, oh, okay, we already have one. Never mind. Don't mind me then. Oh, that's actually the exact same that I was going to say. You made the exact prediction that I wanted you to make. Perfect. Before I even said it. Insane. Deadly Donut, thank you for the 3 months. Insane. I got sniped by the mods. Crazy. All right. The prediction is running for a little longer. And then we start. As far as to what I am missing from the set, because when I ordered the cards that I needed from Phantom Nightmare for deck building, I only ordered 2 Populous because I was under the impression that you never play 3 Populous. And then I checked yesterday for pure Snake-Eye, and you actually do often play 3 in pure Snake-Eyes. So I do need a third Poplar. So that would be nice. That would be nice. A third Poplar, and I also for the Voiceless Voice deck building later, I only have 2 copies of the Saphira. So a third copy, and that you pretty much always play 3 off. So I do need a third copy of that. So I'm hoping we can pull that. And then in terms of some of the other secret rares, there's a couple ones that I just haven't picked up yet, like VODs. I don't have yet. So I wouldn't be too mad if we pulled a VODs, even though it's probably not going to be worth that much. But since I already have the most important cards for the Snake-Eye and Voiceless Voice deck building today, the only thing I'm really looking for is the third Poplar and the third Saphira. All right, it's the prediction. The prediction is still running, but I think we can start going in. And once again, shout outs to SmartGuard for always providing me with the ability to open these cards on stream and give some of it away. All right, I'm gonna move my mic a little bit back. You guys have to let me know if it's too low at some point, but I need some room here. All right. Let us go right in. And obviously, I mean, a good QCR would be insane. Obviously, I don't think we need to go through all the comments. I'm just gonna point out some of the more interesting ones. And for the first pack, we have an EMP Meow Mine. Okay, we start with an ultra rare, which is a card that I don't have yet. I am looking to pick these up at some point, so that's cool. It's not huge value. It ain't no Poplar or Promethean Princess, but it's a cool card. I'm okay with it. And then we have Mystic Potato, Earthbound Fusion. That's a cool card. The Voiceless Voice, Ritual Spell, and Emergency Import. Okay. All right. Starting off okay, I would say, with a Meow Mine. Might be good in Sprite. I mean, you say might be good in Sprite, but that's pretty much the only really application you have for this card is Sprite. I don't think there's another deck that would ever consider playing that one. And we have Walls of the Imperial Tomb, which is very good for the Horus deck. I'm surprised they made this one a super and the Horus Monster a secret, because this card's way better. This card, the field spell is way more important for the Horus deck than the monster is that they got. All right, we got Berserk Archfiend, one of the Goblin Bikers, Mature Chronicle, Princey Pug, and a Keith. SP Littlefish has entered the chat. Odin Tabris, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate you. And we have the Mementolin Gatic, the Fish Synchro, the new Grinder Golem, Procession of the T-Jar, and a Psychic Processor. Okay, that's once again no Poplar and no Promethean Princess. Okay. All right. It is what it is. It is what it is. The Cosmo card, yeah. We got Time Reloader, Summoning Beast, Principag, White Sunfish, Hero of the Ashen City. We got the new Swallow quick play spell here, which is good for Flunder, I suppose, which is bad for all of us because it's good for Flunder. More Goblin Bikers. Crazy Beast, Psychic Arsenal. Master of Ham, and Goblin Biker, Mean Merciless. Another Earthbound Fusion. It's a shame Earthbound Fusion isn't searchable in the archetype. That feels like such an oversight in design. In like modern day, to make a fusion spell for a deck and then have it not be searchable. It's actually criminal. Big Gabonga Ware. Exactly. Another King of the Ashen City. Alright. It's funny because normally when you open a box, right? You're like waiting for your secret rares to show up and you're like super excited about your secret rares. This set is one of the first ones in a long time where the most exciting part about opening it is actually the ultra rares. It's not the secrets. Like the secret, I mean, yeah, low is like a chase card, but at the same time, it's like Promethean Princess and Poplar are what most people are going to be looking for. And Aroma Lilith Rosemary. Okay, get out of my sight. Get that out of here. And Spirit of You Bell. Tazo, thank you for the sub. Did you wait specifically until I pulled the plant super rare for that one? What if I hadn't pulled it? Would you have not subbed? I have questions. We have Obsidian. I thought it was... I got baited again by the glare on the side because I thought it was going to be a QCR. It's just Obsidian. I got excited for a second. And then it was just Obsidian. We haven't pulled a secret yet. We have the Moon-Eating Dragon, Attack Squad, Mako Dragon, and Raid Raptor Bloom Vulture. All right, still no. We're still missing, we're still on the lookout for 2 secret rares and 2 ultra rares. So in theory, you can still pull low, Promethean Princess, and Poplar. In theory, and the QCR. We can do all of that. Thoroughly. Moko. Big Bang. E-Jar. Master of Ham, and Nightmare Pain. Okay, that's the first half down. And so far, we have a Meow Mine and a Psychic Processor. It's fine, we're gonna get there. Trust. Fish Lamp. Crazy Beast. Big Bang. This thing. And House of Wax. Mako Dragon. Sorcerer of Sebek. Moko. Master of Ham and Goblin By. Okay, can we get... I'm getting nervous. Can I get my ultras and my secrets, please? I hate this illusion card because it doesn't have the can't be destroyed by battle thingy that all of them are supposed to have. I hate him. Okay. We have obtained Iron Thunder. Which is an okay card. Not crazy. But okay. We have obtained it regardless. Master of Ham, Fish Lamp, Illusionist, White Sunfish, and Priestess of the Ashen City. Okay. I was missing that one because I haven't picked up the Ashen cards yet, but at the same time, obviously, once again, not a Poplar. I kind of wanted the Poplar or the third Saphira for the deck building stream today. I'm not gonna lie, we can't get both anymore. We can still get one of them if we get lucky. Surely we can at least get one of them, right? Right, chat? Surely that's gonna happen. Raid Raptor Brave Strix. You can get both if one of them is QCR. I like the spirit. I like where your head's at. I like where your head's at. White Sardine. How many packs do we have left? 5. And we're still missing a secret and an ultra and a QCR, right? The QCR, well, we haven't pulled it yet, at least. G. Baraldi, thank you for the full year. Appreciate that. Big Gabonga has been acquired. Big Gabonga has been acquired. We do need a Promethean Princess or a Poplar to save this box. I'll say that. I'll say that. I'll say that. We need one of those two to save us. Come on, save me. No, not more Aroma Lilith. Save me, third Poplar. Poplar. No, not Raid Raptor rank up, dude. Oh! It saved us. Oh god, we're blessed. Okay. Okay. Why did you have to wait for the second last pack, dude? Why do you have to let me... Why do I have to sweat, dude? Why do I have to sweat for this? Come on, man. Just come out the first pack. Just come out the freaking first pack, dude. Why are you so late? Ah, damn it. All right, well, we've been saved. And now QCR Saphira, and we have everything we needed. Yeah. No QCR Saphira. But it's fine. I'm not going to complain. That's a pretty good box. It's a little concerning about... That's the one thing I'm concerned about with this set. Is that every box, basically you have to pull one of 4 things. You have to pull Poplar, Promethean Princess, Low, or a quarter century. If you don't pull one of those four things, your box is not going to be great. Well, okay. The best news about this is that I actually didn't need the third Poplar. I guess the bad news for you guys is we didn't pull anything crazy for me to give away. We're just going to give away these 3, both secret rares and the psychic processor, because I was looking to pick up the Meow Mine and the Ashen City thingies. But I don't have Big Gabonga or Iron Thunder yet, but I'd feel bad not giving away anything from this box, because we always give away something when we open something, and I don't feel too bad giving these away, even though I don't have them, because, I mean, I'm not looking to play Goblin Biker or Iron Thunder anytime soon. Oh, yeah. It's unfortunate, because if we had pulled, genuinely, if we had pulled a low, since I already have 3, we would have also given away the low, but How the cookie crumbles. Okay. Let me sleeve that poplar real quick. And move it over to the other Snake-Eye cards. All right. So, some lucky duelist is going to get Josh's Gabonga. I don't like the way you phrased that, but it's technically not wrong. Let me set up the giveaway real quick. Okay, giveaway, keyword. And okay. The keyword for the giveaway, I'm going to give away all 3 cards to the same person. The Iron Thunder, Secret Rare, the Big Gabonga, Secret Rare, and the Psychic Processor, Ultra Rare. The keyword is Gabonga. It's not case sensitive, by the way. You don't have to put it in all caps. I just thought it was funnier that way. So I'm going to give away those 3 cards to 1 lucky winner. And all you have to do is type Gabonga in chat right now. Once. You only have to do it once, although you can do it multiple times. To be entered, and then we'll draw a winner in like 1 or 2 minutes when everyone had time to enter Gabonga into the chat. It's 47 now. Let's just do it when the clock hits 48, shall we? Michi for president, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. All right. Actually, there's an ad running. I'll wait for the ad to finish. I should have postponed it. I keep. I'm sorry if there's ever an ad running while something important happens. It's just because I'm very bad at paying attention to when ads are coming up and skipping them. It's usually not that I put them manually. I guess the people that have ads right now will not be able to hear that. I guess that was kind of pointless of me to say. Anyway, everyone is spamming Gabonga anyways. So okay, the ads should be done in like 10 seconds, and then we'll just draw the winner. Tanking It, thank you for the prime. Gawain, thank you for the prime as well. Thank you, guys. All right, ads should be done now. The ads should be done now so everyone can see who is going to win the giveaway. Let's go. Roll it once. What trick 55? What trick 55? You have won Iron Thunder, Big Gabonga, and Psychic Processor. So all you need to do is drop me a message either on Discord or on Twitch and let me know where I have to send these guys to. And then I hope you enjoy the Big Gabonga. Yep. I'll have them safely packaged for you, and let me sleeve them real quick and put them into the smart guard, and you just let me know where I need to send them. There you go. All right. Cool. The opening is done. The third poplar has been achieved. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Did I miss the give? You did miss the giveaway just now, yeah, unfortunately. But there's always a next box, you know? There's always a next box. We do this every time a new set comes out. I always do like the open a box on stream and give away the stuff from it that I don't intend to use myself. So just wait for the next one. Okay. That being said, now is the even more exciting part of the stream, because now we are getting into building with these Phantom Nightmare cards. And we have a couple things to do. Let me set this up a little bit. Let me hold up. Leah's at work. Thank you for the 9 months. I think we're going to use this setup. Is this too dark? It's kind of dark outside today. This is better technically. Thing is, sometimes if I have my top light on, you might get some glare like here. I think it's fine this way. It should be okay. Maybe we do this too. No. Okay. I think this works. Okay, so my plan for today is to, first things first, what did the washer I have to do in there? Anyways, I have the full deck cores here for both Snake-Eyes and Voiceless Voice. Well, for Voiceless Voice, I'm missing one Saphira, but we'll make do. It's fine. The plan for today is understanding how these decks work. Building first versions of the decks that we can start playtesting next week. I'm gonna be organizing a stream on Monday where we're gonna be remote dueling pretty much the entire day with these decks, right? We're gonna test these decks out on Monday. So I want to get myself into a position, and you guys into a position as well, right? Where we learn about how these decks function, how these combo lines work, how you would build these decks. And then once we've done that, I also want to talk about, obviously, what kind of tech cards or non-engine cards would be good in this upcoming format, right? We're going to look at the Snake-Eye combos and think about, you know, how and where would you hand trap these lines, or what kind of board breakers work against the deck and all that kind of good stuff, right? So we're going to have a little bit of a longer theory crafting stream today of like figuring out Snake-Eye combos and all that kind of good stuff, right? So at the core of it, obviously, one of the things that we have to talk about is that there is different versions of Snake-Eye decks, right? Let's focus on mainly two, I think, for now. I think I want to focus on two main versions of Snake-Eyes, and that is obviously you have pure Snake-Eyes, which is usually utilizing... There's two ways you can play pure Snake-Eyes. You can either play pure Snake-Eye without anything, or you can play it with a Jet Synchron to access some synchro plays, right? And we're going to talk about that version a little bit. And you also have, obviously, the Fire King version, which is currently the most hyped deck, I want to say, because it's by far the most popular version of the deck in the OCG, right? That is the premise that these cards are going over into the TCG with. Like, we know, we have the information that in the OCG, everyone is playing the Fire King version at the moment, right? And we're gonna go into some combo lines after talking about how this deck works in general. I have a YouTube video coming up that I recorded yesterday off stream of I hope an in-depth explanation on how Snake-Eye cards work, because I think for someone who maybe joins midway or halfway through today's stream, it might still be somewhat confusing. So I thought having one dedicated YouTube video to explaining these cards and what makes them so good was a good idea, right? Since they also came out in Master Duel yesterday, and I wanted to have something that was a little bit more structured. So I recorded it off stream, and if the editor gets through it, I think we're gonna have it uploaded today after today's stream, right? So if at any point someone is in chat and is asking like, okay, I missed the beginning, how do these cards work, we can point them to the YouTube later. That being said, let me sort this a little bit. This is like probably not that important. We have wanted, heal spell, and then the Snake-Eye cards, right? So the main thing to understand about these cards when it comes to the two versions is that both versions of the deck, whether you're playing Fire King or pure Snake-Eyes, I think are trying to do similar things, right? So at the core power, let me move 2 Oaks to the side. You're gonna play only one. So the centerpiece of whichever version you play, right, is gonna be Ash and Popular, right? Snake-Eye, Ash, and Popular are gonna be at the core of either version, right? Because what makes these cards so powerful, or the Snake-Eye cards so powerful in general, is how these two cards make the deck really tick, right? And so Snake-Eye Ash on summon, you're gonna add a level 1 fire, which I think I want to say 90% plus is going to be a Poplar, because Poplar, when it's added to the hand, except by drawing, you can just special summon it, right? And so this is how most of your simple combo lines are going to start. Normal summon Ash, add Poplar, and then special summon Poplar from the hand, which on summon lets us add a Snake-Eye spell trap from deck to hand, which is almost always going to be original Sinful Spoils or the Divine Temple. The Divine Temple is a card that I personally, when we played yesterday, I thought this card was pretty good in the pure Snake-Eye deck in Master Duel, right? Because it lets you place a Snake-Eye from hand, deck, or grave into the spell and trap zone, which you can then use as fodder for the other cards. And then later on, you can send itself as well. So it provides you like 2 sends for the Snake-Eye effects to summon from the deck. At the same time, it also was a pretty essential piece of playing around Maxi in Master Duel, because you can, when your opponent summons, you can bring out one of the things in your spell and trap zone, which enables you to do things like, you get Maxied, you just activate this card, place a Flamberge into your spell and trap zone, and then in the opponent's turn, you just summon it out, you know? But in the Fire King deck, at least the lists that I've seen in the OCG, they don't run this card. In the OCG, the current standard, let me actually bring this up. That's probably a good idea to look at. This is the current standard when it comes to Snake-Eye Fire King in the OCG, right? And we'll look at the combo lines for this deck as well, because it's probably the most anticipated one, right? They only play 1 copy of original Sinful Spoils as the only search target for Poplar, right? They don't play any other search targets for Poplar, which honestly could be okay. At the same time, is also affiliated with some risks, but regardless, right? So if you are then ever at this point, right, from here, it depends a little bit which version you're playing. But for example, right, if you are playing the pure Snake-Eye deck, I think what you do from here is you use Snake-Eye Ash effect, right, to send the Poplar, and you summon out Oak from the deck. And then Oak triggers to reborn one, and then Poplar triggers to place 1 into the spell and trap zone, right? So you can do this. Then you go Oak, sending the Poplar, right? And you summon out the Flamberge, right? And then obviously one thing that is really important for the Snake-Eye deck in general, right? This card in general, right? This is something that we should probably talk about. Flamberge Dragon, if you've been here yesterday in the Master Duel stream, you already saw why this card is so important and so vital for Snake Eyes, right? This card has so many useful effects for this deck, right? First effect is you can place a monster from field or grave into the spell and trap zone, which can function as a combo piece and as removal for your opponent's cards, right? Because you can target your opponent's monsters as well. So you can push them back into the spell and trap zone. Then when this card is sent from hand or field to the graveyard, you also get to revive 2 level 1 fire monsters. And I think the craziest part about this card is that on the opponent's turn, it summons out a monster from the spell and trap zone to your field. And obviously you try to use all of the effects of this card in every turn, right? So like what you're trying to do with this card, whichever version you're playing, it's all revolving a lot about this card. And what you're trying to do with this card is you want to summon it on turn 1. You want to summon it on turn 1. You then want to send it to the graveyard, right, to revive 2 level 1s. So, and then we'll go through how exactly you do all this. You want to link it off on the first turn. It goes to the graveyard. It revives 2 monsters. Then later on, you might be wondering, hey, why am I not using the effect to put one of my cards into the spell and trap zone? That's because you don't have anything in the graveyard yet at this point, right? At this point, you don't have anything in the graveyard yet that you get value from putting into the spell and trap zone, right? So for now, you're going to link off the Flamberge Dragon and put it into the graveyard to make something like, in the pure version, very often you would make Sunlight Wolf here, right? Sunlight Wolf would be made here. You know what? Let me grab not a ghost rare so that it's better, like better to see. I have a like common or something. That's probably better. That's probably better. You're gonna make a Sunlight Wolf. You're gonna trigger the Flamberge to bring back 2 level 1s. Which 2 you bring back at this point doesn't make a difference. Sunlight Wolf adds back a fire monster from the graveyard, which is gonna be whichever one you didn't, you didn't summon back. It also doesn't matter which one this is because it's gonna be a discard for Formula Synchron in a second, right? And then Sinful Spoils is going to send one of these. You're going to summon your Jet Synchron. If I could find it, here's the Jet Synchron, right? And this is the Synchro version of the deck. And we're going to talk about how you can change things up. This then makes a Formula Synchron here, which draws you a card. And in this version, this is the card you're trying to put back into the Spell and Trap Zone with Flamberge Dragon. And I'm going to show you why that's so crazy. So... and here comes the most important card when it comes to all of these first turn combos from the extra deck. It's Promethean Princess, right? So Promethean Princess. Obviously, we know what this card does. It's already out in Master Duel, but just for, just to like remember. Can't special summon except fire monsters. Can only use each effect once per turn. During the main phase, special a fire monster from the graveyard. If a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field while this card is in your graveyard, you can target a fire you control and a monster your opponent controls, destroy them, and if you do, special summon this card. Okay, so this card is so crazy for so many reasons. So the first thing you do with this card is obviously you summon it. It's generic, by the way. It only requires effect monsters. You're going to bring back the Flamberge Dragon. And because the Flamberge Dragon is not negated here, you can simply put the Formula Synchron back into your spell and trap zone, right? Now, since this is a very common... end board goal for every single Fire King, every single Snake Eye version wants to have a situation where you can make Promethean Princess and bring back Flamberge to place a valuable target into your spell and trap zone. The Synchro version tries to put Formula Synchron here. Other versions just go for an IP Masquerena, right? Instead of making the Sunlight Wolf, you can just make an IP Masquerena, link that off into Promethean Princess. Promethean Princess revive Snake Eyes Flamberge. Put the IP Masquerena into your own spell and trap zone. And then on the opponent's turn, you want to summon whichever one you place here out with the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. What that means, though, is that you always have to worry about keeping your Snake Eyes Flamberge has to stay on the board, right? Which means that all of these combos that get to Promethean Princess to revive Flamberge, they need one extra body to turn that Promethean Princess into the Amblo Whale, right? Which is something you almost always want to do. And it's the only thing that you really can make with the Promethean Princess, because at the moment when this thing is on the board, you are fire locked, right? So you need one extra body to turn the Promethean Princess into the Amblo Whale, which is really important for multiple reasons. First of all, you need to get rid of the fire lock, obviously, otherwise you can't use Flamberge to bring out Formula or Masquerena and keep doing what you're trying to do. And on the other hand, you also really want the Promethean Princess in the graveyard, because it's not only an extender on the field, it's also a disruption from the graveyard, right? The card lets you, once your opponent special summons, you can then use it to pop one of your fire monsters and pop one of their cards, right? So you need an extra body. And in this combo, you're just going to get it with the Jet Synchron, right? You're just going to pitch what you got back with... You're just going to pitch what you got back from the Sunlight Wolf earlier, and then you make the Amblo Whale here, right? And that's the standard combo with one Ash in the Synchro version, right? So one Ash, I guess we have taken some breaks very quickly. One Ash plays the following way. Ash, summon Poplar, add original, use Ash, summon Oak, trigger Oak and Poplar, get to this position, Oak effect, send itself and Poplar, summon Flamberge, make Sunlight Wolf. Flamberge triggers to get back 2 level 1s. Sunlight Wolf brings back 1 card to your hand, right? Sinful Spoils, summon this, make Formula, draw 1, make Princess, bring back Flamberge, place Formula into the spell and trap zone, and then bring back Jet to make the Amblo Whale, right? This is one Ash, right? One Ash does this, right? We'll talk about Nibiru in a second, but first of all, a 1-card combo losing to 1 hand trap wouldn't even be that bad, right? But at the same time, you know, there's even ways to play through Nibiru and all that, right? Like, but we'll talk about ways, because the thing is, like, the more cards you add to your combo, the more ways you have to mix things up. Like, I think with all these decks, Fire King, Snake-Eye Synchro, and Pure Snake-Eye, they all have very powerful 1-card combos, but obviously to every 1-card combo, there is 1 card that stops it, right? Like, if you only have Snake-Eye Ash, and that's your only combo starter, Imperm stops you too. Like, that's natural. It's a very natural thing to lose to 1 hand trap with a 1-card combo, right? That's not something that's not really a point. You're not really making a strong point there, if that's what you're trying to say, right? Like, I don't know what you're trying to say with that. Just to understand this particular version more, in this case, you would be using Flamberge to summon out Formula on the opponent's turn. Now, we are now on the opponent's turn, and here is one of the core principles of why the Snake-Eye deck is so powerful, because the end board here isn't completely insane. You're going to see what it does in terms of interruptions on the opponent's turn. It does a lot of things, but it's not completely unbeatable. It's not like you cannot play into this board. You could play into this board because it doesn't automatically win the game. It's not 5 Omni Negates or something like that. But here is what it does, right? Formula is going to be summoned out by Flamberge Dragon, obviously. And then you're going to want to use the Formula probably as soon as you can to synchro into a Baron de Fleur on the opponent's turn, right? This not only gives you a Baron de Fleur for an Omni Negate, it also triggers the Snake-Eye Flamberge Dragon in the graveyard to revive 2 level 1s, because now it's your opponent's turn, and you haven't used that effect yet on the opponent's turn. So you have 3 targets for this. You have Poplar, Ash, and Oak. Theoretically, you can go for all 3. Like, you can go Ash, Oak, and then Oak revives Poplar. You could do that. But you could also just go Ash and Oak, and then Oak can add back your Jet Synchron from the banished pile or summon it. But you're gonna need. I don't think summoning 3 monsters is correct, because you're not. I'll show you why summoning 3 monsters here with the Oak is probably not ideal, because you're gonna have too many monsters on the field, even, right? But let's just say you go Snake-Eye, Ash, and Oak. Ash can search you a follow-up. You can even search another Ash. I believe it doesn't prevent you from doing that. Where did I put the rest of my Ashes? Yeah, you can search another Ash if you want to, right? Ads are running. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Like, that's part of the stream. So Ash can add you a follow-up Ash, and Oak can bring back the Jet Synchron to your hand, right? And so in this position, you have generated off of one card. Off of one card, you have generated a Baron de Fleur. You've generated a bunch of bodies on the board. And you have also generated a whole lot of follow-up. Like, at this point, since we have drawn a card with Formula Synchron, we would be at 7 cards in hand. We would be at 7 cards in hand right now. And we are still not done, right? Because we still have the Promethean Princess in the graveyard, which does the following thing. When your opponent special summons, you're now going to pop your Ambler Whale with the Promethean Princess to pop one of their cards as well. Then the Ambler Whale in the graveyard can trigger to bring back the Sunlight Wolf here, which would make it so that if your opponent ever plays into this zone, it could also be here if you arrange your zones slightly differently, right? Like, you can, it technically locks them out of playing into one of their extra monster zones. And so the Promethean Princess is a pop, the Baron is a pop, the Ambler Whale in the graveyard, if either Promethean Princess or Sunlight Wolf gets destroyed, you can banish the Ambler Whale and destroy another card, right? And you also have original Sinful Spoils in the graveyard for follow-up, right? Now, that's the synchro version, the pure version of the deck. And I think in order, just quickly, in order to highlight the differences between the versions, we can also look at what you could do if you weren't playing Jet Synchron. Like, because I have seen that there even was pure Snake-Eye decks that don't even play the Jet Synchron. Actually, before we do that, let's look into what the Fire King deck does, because the Fire King deck is the most popular version. So the cards that they would be playing in the Fire King deck are usually 3 Kirins, 1 Garunix. This is the smallest package that I've seen in the OCG, is playing 3 Kirin, 1 Garunix, 1 Arvata, 1 Ponix, 1 Sanctuary, 1 Island, and 1 Skyburn or Circle. I've seen both, but usually just 1. So the idea behind this package is, I'm going to show you how it changes your end board and your combos. But the main idea is, obviously, you only need 1 Ponix, because you can access it with your original Sinful Spoil spell card, right? You don't need to draw that Ponix. You're not trying to draw the Ponix. You can draw it and normal summon it if you don't need to normal summon Ash. Like, that can work. But your main idea is you want to summon it from your deck, right? There is discussion on, you can play more of these, but this is the minimum. I said minimum. I'm not saying this is the optimum. I'm saying it's the minimum, okay? So you're trying to special out the Ponix from your deck and access your whole Fire King package throughout the combo instead of summoning the Jet Synchron, right? And so why don't we just go ahead and take a look at how that works. Also, by the way, the reason why you play 3 Kirin still is because it lets you dodge. I'm pretty sure the only reason why they like to play 3 Kirins is because it's a decent extender, but most importantly, it lets you, because it's a quick effect, it lets you play through cards like Imperm Veiler, like whatever, like you just like you and it also helps you play into boards too, right? Like, when you start playing into a board, your opponent tries to stop one of your cards, you can just use Kirin to dodge that. But it also helps you set up, obviously, disruptions on your opponent's turn. Like, if you put a Garunix into the graveyard, popping a Kirin, using a Kirin to pop something on the opponent's turn is pretty good. But just for context, this is how the 1-card combo would work in Snake-Eye Fire King, right? And we're always going to start with Ash. Obviously, there's other ways you can get to the situations, but I think starting with Ash is the easiest. So Ash, Populous, Original Sinful Spoils. Here, the Fire King version does something a little bit different, which is it goes into Linkuriboh first. The reason for this is because then the Poplar places itself into the spell and trap zone, and you can immediately send it for the Original Sinful Spoils to get a free send, essentially. You don't want to send it from the field because then you lose a body. And this is where it grabs the Ponix, and the Ponix grabs you the Sanctuary if you don't already have it. This is where the Skyburn or the Circle would come in. If you already have your island in hand, you can search that instead. Right? At this point, so you can activate Sanctuary to put Fire King Island. However, I think at this point, do you start with... Yeah, you go Island Effect, pop Ponix. You grab Garunix. Garunix summons. And I just want to say, there is ways how you can sequence these plays differently to potentially account for certain hand traps. That is something that we're going to have to look into. So if there's ever something where you feel like it's not sequenced ideally, right? Feel free to let me know and we can discuss it, right? Because I also haven't mastered all the lines yet. It's a process, right? We're learning. So if maybe there's an argument to do one or the other thing first, that could 100% be true. But we need to work this out together. So like, you know, I after looking into the combos for like, I want to say like an hour or two yesterday night, I realized there's definitely ways you can sequence these differently and they all still end on the same end board. But obviously you have, you can do different things to get there. Anyways, Garunix pops a Kirin in the deck and Kirin summons back a Ponix. Here, from what I have seen, you want to make a Sunlight Wolf at some point in this combo to add the Kirin back to your hand. And that's why the combos that I saw use Ash on the board to send the Linkuriboh away. Which... I'm not even sure if you need to do that, but let's just do it for now. Let's just do that for now. We can think about, once we have ended, I just want to find a way to get to the end board, and then we can think about how you can sequence it slightly differently to maybe be better. So here, you can either summon the Flamberge directly, or you can also summon... I'm not sure what the advantage to this would be, by the way. Like, if you summon Oak here to bring back Ash, you can then use Oak sending the Ash to summon the Flamberge, which would put... Basically, at this point, you have the decision, do you want Oak in the deck or do you want Oak in the graveyard? Which I'm not sure if it's matters. You could send the spell, however, I wouldn't recommend you to do that. I like keeping the spell because it's an extra disruption on the opponent's turn. I don't like sending the Sanctuary away. But anyways, let's postpone that for now. So here, once you get to this thing, you basically have the full setup, right? So you're gonna make Sunlight Wolf first, right? You're gonna make Sunlight Wolf first. You Flamberge back 2 level 1s. And here, the cool thing about this Sunlight Wolf is that it adds back the Kirin to your hand, right? It adds back the Kirin to your hand. Now you want to make an IP Masquerena. And then you're going to make Promethean Princess. Bring back the Flamberge Dragon. Flamberge Dragon places IP Masquerena, and you got the Ambler Whale here, right? So no matter we can talk about in a second. We can talk about how you could sequence this differently to end on the same end board, but have it maybe be better through Nibiru, right? That's going to be the next talking point. But this is the end board for the Fire King deck, right? For the 1-card combo. If you have more cards, we can talk about potential ways to extend this. I actually haven't looked at the combos that happen if you have like insane amounts of extenders. I'm sure you can make these combos better and play through infinite hand traps if you have more. But this is the standard end board in the Fire King deck, I want to say, right? You could have made Heat Soul. Heat Soul instead of what? Could I have gotten a free draw on top of all this? No, right? I don't think I could. Instead of Whale? No. Promethean locks you into, like, it's not a Cybers. Link Karibo graveyard effect, but doesn't it have to tribute a level 1? Yeah. You make Princess early, then link into Heat Soul? Okay, hold up. Give me a second. So we are Sunlight Wolf. 2 level 1s under it. And a Garunix. We go... You go into Princess to Sunlight Wolf. Wait, do we make... Oh, do we make Princess before Sunlight Wolf? Let me start over. I haven't seen the Heat Soul combo, but I'm sure we can figure it out. You use Princess for... That could work. Okay, so Ash, Poplar, this, Link Karibo, Poplar, this, Onyx, Sanctuary, Island, Ash effect. Let's skip the Oak for now. Flamberge effect, Island effect, Garunix, Kirin, Onyx, right? So we're here. We're here. Do we just make IP into Promethean Princess here? Like, I just make IP, bring back 2 level 1s, then this makes Promethean Princess. Do I have to bring back Link Karibo first? No. Promethean Princess. That brings back Flamberge. That brings IP back into the spell and trap zone. Then I can Sunlight Wolf. I can Link Karibo. I can add back with Sunlight Wolf, Kirin. And I can make Heat Soul. Okay. So it's just Heat Soul instead of Amblo Whale. I see. It's the exact same end board, but it has Heat Soul over Amblo Whale. Okay. If you have another body, you can make Apo. If you have another body, you can make Apo, yeah. Okay. What does Amblo Whale add? Well, I would say, unironically, I'm not sure if this is better. Because I quite like the Amblo Whale in the Fire King version, because you can trigger it on your own, right? Because what this card does, right? What this card does is, the most important part of this card is that it's just a fire monster you can link Promethean Princess into, right? It's just, it gains 200 attack for each link monster in the graveyards. If this card is destroyed, target a link 3 or lower in either grave, special summon it. So it's going to bring back your Sunlight Wolf, or it can bring back Heat Soul technically. If a link 3 or lower monster on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card is in your grave, you can banish this card from your grave, destroy one card on the field. So what I like about this card in the Fire King deck is that you can trigger it by yourself, right? Like once you bring back the Sunlight Wolf or the Promethean Princess, you can destroy it with Kirin, and then you can use this as a pop, right? That's what I like about this card, because let's just say we end on this end board, right? As opposed to the synchro version, which ends on formula. Let's just think about what this end board provides, right? What we have here, right? So on the opponent's turn, we have an IP Masquerena that jumps out from the spell and trap zone from the Flamberge Dragon. We can then link this IP Masquerena with the Flamberge for an SP Little Knight if we want to. We also have the option to make a 3-mat Appaloosa here, but let's just say we make Little Knight for now, just for simplicity's sake, right? We make an SP Little Knight, which is obviously also very powerful. It's not a Baron de Fleur, but sometimes it's better than Baron, honestly. Sometimes it's better than Baron. That's gonna trigger the Flamberge, right? Which is gonna... Now, the one cool thing about the Fire King version is that you have other options of what you can bring back with the Flamberge for the long run, right? You can bring back a Ponix and an Ash to search 2 follow-up cards, right? Like, for example, search a Skyburn and a follow-up Ash. Like this, right? You just get both of these. You get both of these from these two for free. So this is in your hand next to like the 4 other cards that you had to begin with, right? Start of the combo. And here we're going to use SP to banish, right? So at some point, and then when the opponent special summons more, we can use Promethean Princess to pop our Amblo Whale, right? And Amblo Whale now in the graveyard revives Sunlight Wolf if you want to. You don't even need to do that, right? But you can. But it's like space is getting a little tight here at some point too. This also makes it so that Garunix can trigger here, but at that point I don't recommend triggering Garunix because you just don't have the room for it, right? Like maybe you don't bring back the Sunlight Wolf. Maybe you don't bring back the Sunlight Wolf. Because we can bring back in this version. This way, you wouldn't have Heat Soul right now. But what I'm thinking is, what we have here, we have an opportunity to go Kirin, pop our Ponix. That triggers the Garunix, right? It triggers the Garunix and it triggers the Amblo Whale. Like, look at how many pops we get from this sequence, right? Like, if you are in this position with a Kirin from hand, right? Look how much interaction this gives us. Kirin, pop Ponix, trigger Garunix in the graveyard. Garunix summons back. Sends a Kirin from deck to the graveyard. That Kirin can bring back Onyx, destroy a card. Then you can Sanctuary overlay these into the Exceed, right? And blow up the entire board, which then can trigger Amblo Whale as well to pop like a spell trap that's left. It's a lot. It's a lot. If you wanted to trigger your Amblo Whale immediately, you could also just go Kirin on your Promethean Princess, right? You can have one more pop and one more negate by having a better sequencing. What negate do you mean? Like Arvata? Is there a way we can immediately access Arvata? So, do you mean better sequencing on turn 1? How do we get Arvada into the grave? Pop Arvada instead of Kirin? Well, if we pop Arvada on turn 1, we don't have a Kirin in hand though. Because it's necessary that we send this to add it back with Sunlight Wolf. We need to, if anything, we need to do something else on their turn, right? Hold up. So if we end on Amblo Whale, IP, Kirin, Flamberge, right? Like, what's the sequencing that you're talking about? Do we, like, we link here, SP banishes itself after this Flamberge brings back 2 level 1s, whatever, right? Like, this is always going to be the same. This is always going to be the same, right? Arvada. Flop, right? We have a Kirin in hand. We get to this position. We add follow-up to our hand. Poplar's in the graveyard. What do I have to do at this point to get the Arvada into play? You Kirin the Whale. Okay. I Kirin the Whale. Oh, there's a Promethean in my grave. These are all in the graveyard. Trigger Garunix. In my graveyard, yes. Garunix triggers. And then Garunix has to pop Arvada, right? Well, how do I get Arvada back? Chainlink 1, Garunix, Chainlink 2. Oh, link Karibo to tribute the Ponix. All right. Then exceed. Wait, what is the? Oh, I forgot. No, you're right. No, okay. What I was missing in my head was I forgot that this thing has another effect. If this card is destroyed while it has material, you can special summon Fire Kings up to the number. Yeah, no, it all makes sense. Yeah. You go, you make the exceed here, blow up the board. Why didn't we have to link Karibo, by the way? Why did we have to link Karibo? Why does that matter? You didn't, right? It'd be better if this was destroyed by card effect. You don't get the Kirin pop. You do not get the Kirin pop here in this sequencing. You can get it later though. So Garunix, we use Garunix to blow up the board. If the opponent can extend, Promethean Princess pops our own Garunix. Garunix, because it had 2 materials, you get to summon back 2, so you bring back Arvada and Kirin, right? And now Kirin is a monster negate by destroying the Kirin, and then the Kirin triggers to bring back whatever you want to destroy another card. I see. Okay. Yeah. No, that makes sense. All right. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. Okay, so long story short, let me try and summarize what I just learned from all this. And you guys at any point let me know if it's if you guys can follow or if it's too confusing. The thing is, I am learning as well these things, but this is the process that I think is necessary, and I wanted to include this process on stream because I think it's helpful. But if it's not, do let me know as well, of course. All right. So to summarize, the Fire King deck, or the Fire King Snake-Eye version, right? The Fire King Snake-Eye version tries to end on either Heat Soul or Amblo Whale. If you have good hands, you can go... I'm pretty sure if you have good hands, You can probably upgrade your Heat Soul into an Appaloosa, or you can do Heat Soul into Amblo Whale if you want, so that on the opponent's turn, your Amblo Whale can bring back the Heat Soul once again. Like, you can do that for sure as well. But usually it's going to be one of these three cards, right? Up here. An IP Masquerena in the Spell and Trap Zone. And a Flamberge Dragon here. Right? Like, it's one of these three up here. A Kirin in hand. Right? One of these three is up here. Flamberge is here. IP is here. And obviously you have Sanctuary, Island, Kirin in hand. Right? With Grave setup, Garunic's in the graveyard, Ponix in the graveyard. The Snake-Eye thing in the graveyard for follow-up. Right? And some other level ones that you can bring back, right? Is that a good summary of what the Fire King deck is trying to do? I feel like. There's two cards I want to talk about, because at this point I haven't looked at how they interact with... this deck, and that is the Zealantis and the Raging Phoenix. Those are two cards I want to take a quick look at before we move on to talking about other stuff. Here. So, Raging Phoenix and Zealantis are being played in almost every single version of the deck in the OCG. So 2+ fire effect monsters. If it's link summoned using another Rage Phoenix, you can add a Salamangreat card from deck to your hand. You're not going to do that. If a face-up fire monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card is in your grave, target one of those monsters, special summon this card. If you do, this card gains attack. You can only use each effect once per turn. So what is the huge benefit from setting this card up on your first turn? Because I know it's being used for OTKs, but what's the point of setting it up? Like someone said in chat, you can set it up turn 1, but I don't see how that's valuable. So I know it's an OTK piece, and we're going to talk about that in a second. Okay, so Zealantis, you can only control one World Dragon Zealantis. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. During your main phase, banish all monsters on the field, then special summon as many monsters as possible that were banished by this effect to their owner's field, face up or face down. During the battle phase, quick effect, you can destroy cards on the field up to the number of co-linked monsters on the field. I'm pretty sure it's relatively simple, right? The explanation is relatively simple. You try to make a co-linked Zealantis with a Raging Phoenix, so that the Raging Phoenix is in the graveyard, and then you attack with whatever. Promethean Princess, I suppose, would be the easiest one to co-link the Zealantis to, right? So this is exactly 8,000 as well, right? This is 2,700, 2,500. Then you go Zealantis to pop the Bestower of Flames, right? Quick effect, destroy cards on the field up to the number of co-link. Yeah, destroy the princess, and then Raging Phoenix comes back. Not really the line. I mean, you can't make this first, right? You'd have to do it somehow. You'd have to make Zealantis first, and then I don't know the exact line, but that's the principle, right? Like you just make Raging Phoenix, you put it into the graveyard by summoning Zealantis. Princess is in graveyard. Well, okay. What do you co-link to the Zealantis then? Just like a Sunlight Wolf? You don't co-link? Oh, okay. So let's say you have a random fire on the board, and then you go Zealantis, banish everything, return everything, and then because your opponent has summoned a monster, or because if a monster is summoned to your opponent's field, you go Princess, pop this, and now you do the attack, and then in the battle phase, you can do Zelantis pop, bring back Phoenix. Right? You can summon Phoenix directly, I guess. Yeah. You don't have to wait for... You don't have to do the fancy pop it in the battle phase, right? You can just summon it immediately. It is bigger, though, if you do it on this, right? Because it gains attack. Like, when I destroy Ash, in this example, the Phoenix is not going to be as big. So if they still have some other monsters, it might be better to do... Right? Popping your own, and then it gets really big. I guess. You can also pop your opponent's cards, though. But I get it. Okay. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Zelantis pop 2. How does Zelantis get to pop 2? Oh, it's 2 calling. Oh, of course, it just pops 2 cards. It's crazy. Yeah, no, Zelantis is insane. Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty good line. Okay. 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 We've talked about this. I understand that now. We've talked about the synchro combos. We've talked about the Fire King combo. I understand the Fire King. And when I say I understand the Fire King, I do acknowledge that there's a lot of things to the Fire King version and also probably to the synchro version that we still need to take a look at. Like, there's a lot more intricacies than just the standard 1-card combo. But just to understand of what the deck is trying to do, this was, at least to me, it was helpful. So Fire King out of the way. I have one other question on my mind before we talk about, like, which version is the best. I want to talk about, or I want to think about at least, what Snake-Eyes can do if you would ever play it as like a pure version, right? Because I've seen a deck. It's a little older, but I've seen decks that play like no Jet Synchron, no Fire King stuff, and they just go for like full on pure Snake-Eye, like this one, for example, right? Like, this is just a pure Snake-Eye deck that I saw, and it won an OCG tournament where you can just play, like, obviously the advantage of such a deck would be it can play maximum consistency. It has maximum non-engine, and you know, it just settles for slightly less powerful endboards, because the Jet Synchron is good. The Jet Synchron line is good, obviously, because it gives you Baron, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know if Baron is straight up better than an SP Little Knight. Rogue Galaxy Eyes. I haven't played that deck in forever. It's pretty good in Duel Links right now, I know that. But I don't think it has that much going for it in the TCG. So I'm not even sure if Jet Synchron is necessary, because I mean, there's some cool stuff you can do with this version too, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, if you were playing, let's say we were playing a pure Snake-Eye deck and we don't play Jet Synchron, what would our end goal be, right? We can go like, we can draw non-engine with Heat Soul and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, we can yeah, so we would do this, right? We can do Ash Effect, Oak, pop, pop. The question in this case is, what do you summon from this card? Like, it feels like you're not getting value from this card, which is a problem that I have in theory already. Like, why would I not summon something from this that goes +1 or gives me extra, like, extension, whatever, right? I might not even get it. No, you're right. Like, you might not even get this in the pure version. You might get the friggin' temple. You might just get the field spell, unironically. But yeah, and so you would get... Hold up, but then wouldn't we want to make Linkuriboh to get an extra body? Because if we do it like Ash, Poplar at this, Linkuriboh here, and then use Ash here, and then we go Oak, bring back Ash, and then we go Field Spell. What do we put with the Field Spell in this case? A Flamberge in case we get nibbed? And then what? Because next step is we want to summon Flamberge. But the problem with that is if I go Oak and send the Flamberge now, I'm not playing through Nib anymore. Right? I know your name is Chainburn Enjoyer, so you're not gonna like the answer, but Chainburn has been dead for a long time. You just don't have the time for it anymore. You're gonna die before you get there. I'm sorry, you can't play Chainburn. You sent Linkuriboh? Okay, so Oak, Linkuriboh to get another Flamberge out of the deck. And then we're here. We make... Do we make Sunlight Wolf? Because if we make... I have a problem. If we go Sunlight Wolf and we go here and here, we're missing a body, don't we? We're missing a body, I think. Because if I want to make IP Masquerena here and then make Princess, I'm missing a body. And we need to go IP Masquerena, right? Like, this cannot be a Sunlight Wolf. It has to be an IP Masquerena. And then it just is Princess... Flamberge... Masquerena, Ambler Whale. Right? So it's like the same end board as the other deck with Jet Synchron, but you have IP instead of Formula Synchron. So you're making Little Knight over Baron. You also don't get a draw from Formula Synchron, but you have the field spell instead. You can make Apo too. Yeah. You can like summon IP and make Apo. That's obviously that's implied. It's definitely a worse end board than the Fire King one. Without any extenders. The problem that I have here is that if you look at the amount of possible extenders that you have, right? Like Wanted, Diabell Star, Bonfire, like there's so many ways you can extend this combo, so many cards that you can draw. Even hard drawing the Sinful Spoil Snake-Eye is a potential extender here. What would I do if I had extenders? What would I do if I had extenders in this situation? I can make a Heat Soul to draw extra cards, I'm sure, in the middle. Like, I can make Sunlight Wolf if I have an extra card. You get Jet. This version doesn't play Jet. That's what I'm talking about. If we played Jet, we were gonna go for a different line. But I feel like Jet makes it a lot better. But there is a world There's a world where I can see myself playing pure Snake Eyes for some reason. Like, I mean, when it comes to the Fire King version, what is the reason the Fire King version would be better? What are some pros and cons of the Fire King version? I think the fact that you have to play, let's say, the fact that you have to play, it's minimum 9 cards, I think, right? It's minimum 9 cards in your deck, right? Where out of these 9 cards, they're not that fantastic to draw, most of them, right? Like, Kirin is okay. That's why you play 3. Helps you play through boards. Helps you play through Imperm Veiler. Kirin's pretty good. Garunix, Arvata, and Skyburn, I'm pretty sure you don't really want to draw. I mean, drawing Garunix, if you have combo, it's okay to draw Garunix. Like, if you can resolve your stuff, then yeah, it's fine. But it doesn't really help you play through much, right? Like, it's not like if you can already resolve your stuff, then having a Kirin in hand is okay. The same is true for Skyburn, right? Like, if you have Skyburn and you can start summoning your Ponix and stuff, like, yeah, you can use the Skyburn. Arvada is a great draw if you also draw Wanted or Witch. Well, it can help you play through hand traps, true. Let's call them engine requirements instead of bricks. They're not, I don't think they're bricks because there is scenarios where you can use these cards, right? But they definitely have their risks to it. You know, they have their risks to it. But I think that's not the main issue. The main issue, if anything, is that the deck is incredibly tight. Like, if we look at a Fire King Snake Eye deck from the OCG, it's like, it's definitely got a decent amount of non-engine. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's got 11 hand traps plus, no, it's got 14 hand traps plus 3, like, plus Called By and Crossout, so that's 17 non-engine. That's still a lot, but it is a little tight on the, you know, you only play 1 Flamberge, which can definitely be an awkward draw, right? It can be an awkward draw to draw your only Flamberge. You only play 1 Witch, as opposed to like a pure, where's a pure Snake Eye deck with Jet Synchron here? This one, oh no, this was the one without Jet Synchron. This one had Jet Synchron. Yeah, this one had Jet Synchron. This one gets to play 3, 6, 8, 10, also 17 non-engine. Wait, what is it? How did they, what did they do instead of the, eh? What are they playing instead of the 9 Fire Kings? And it's more cards too. They're playing a second Flamberge, 2 more Witches, a second Oak. They play Birch, which the other one doesn't. Jet Synchron. More Snake Eye cards. Okay, well, they are not choosing to use those slots for more non-engine, but you could technically, right? You could. But they still have, what? This is 8, 11 hand traps. So yeah, 17 non-engine. 17 non-engine is what it is. Yeah. Okay. I was under the impression that you could fit more non-engine if you took out some of the, like, if you took out the Fire King stuff, because all you would have to do is like add a second Flamberge. I don't think you need to play multiple Oaks, even in the pure one. I think 1 is completely fine. I do think double Flamberge is an advantage. I wouldn't play 2 in the Fire King deck, but I think being able to play 2 comfortably is cool. But yeah. So what do we want to focus on? At this point, I want to explore some lines. Should we explore how to, like, basically I want to talk about these lines in a more in-depth fashion of like, how does it play, like, what is the ideal ordering. How do we play through Nib? How do we play through Droll? That kind of stuff. Do we do that for? Do we want to do it for Pure first, or do we want to talk about Fire King first? We're not gonna do Runic today. We're not gonna start with the Runic one. Pure? Okay. We can start with Pure. So move the Fire Kings to the side. All right. So when we're talking Pure, we're gonna be talking Jet Synchron version. That's just a gut feeling of mine that the Jet Synchron version, it's gonna be worth it to play the Jet Synchron. Just, I want to start with that. I want to start with that version. Okay. So let me grab some of my hand traps. The main ones that I think are interesting to discuss from the Snake-Eye perspective is how do you play around Droll and how do you play around Nibiru, right? Those are the two big ones, because I think from your perspective, like Imperm, Veiler, those are not incredibly like, they're not that interesting, because like your opponent's gonna Imperm your Ash and you're like, okay, we don't have to discuss a line on how, like, if Ash is your only card and they Imperm it, you know, there's not much to discuss there, right? So like we don't really need to like talk about that in much detail. We're gonna talk about these cards later when it comes to how good are they against Fire Kings, but still, or like against Snake-Eye. But for now, let's focus on two cards that I think are gonna be relatively popular in the upcoming format, which are Droll and Nibiru, right? And for Droll, I'm already familiar with what happens if you get Drolled on like Snake-Eye Ash, right? Like if you Snake-Eye Ash and you add a Poplar and your opponent Drolls, right? On the you trigger Poplar, they Droll in response, you summon Poplar, you don't get the search, right? So what happens here is you still use Ash to send itself and the Poplar, you summon Oak, you do the Oak Ash Poplar thingy, and then you go Oak with the Poplar to summon out Flamberge, and then from here you simply go into an IP Masquerena. And this specifically is also the reason why I think every version of the deck, even the Synchro one, has to still play IP Masquerena. Because this line under Droll, you don't have a way to get to Jet Synchron, right? You can still get Linkuriboh. I mean, why is making Linkuriboh better though? Because you can use it on the opponent's turn. I mean, we can still make a Linkuriboh here if we want to. If we want to make a Linkuriboh, we can. We could have also made the Linkuriboh earlier. Like when we were here, you can go Ash, Poplar, make Linkuriboh, Poplar back, instead of going through Oak, by the way. Like this, right? And then when you're here, but then you can't make IP here. You still have to go through Oak. Like this. Anyways, through Droll, the end board is always going to be this. Through Droll, the end board is always going to be make an IP, bring back 2 with Flamberge, make Promethean Princess, bring back Flamberge, place IP, and then make Ambler Whale, right? And this is why, first of all, Droll isn't bad here, because if you compare this board to the end board we would have made if we had not been Drolled, right? It still is worse, right? We're still missing some value. The Droll did do something to us. It wasn't a dead card. But it's still good. Like a majority, I would say a majority of what makes this deck powerful is still here. Right? Like the majority of the stuff that was good for us in the end board is still here. Basically, if you're talking The Fire King version, all you're missing is essentially the Fire King cards. And if you're playing the pure version, all you're missing is the Formula Synchron, pretty much, right? Like, because the only search that we didn't get in this version was we didn't get the original Sinful Spoils, right? We didn't get the spell card. So we weren't able to tutor out our secondary engine, whether it's the Jet Synchron or the Ponix. We just weren't able to access that with this line, right? So that's all you're stopping, essentially, with Droll and Lockbird, which can still be okay. You can still, it can still be okay to get to Droll them in this spot, because you're still preventing some parts of the end board, but it's not like insane. The other, and this is, by the way, this is the reason, even if you prefer, let's say, even if you prefer the synchro version of the deck, you should still play IP Masquerena in case you get drolled. And even if you prefer, let's say, the Heat Soul line in the Fire King deck or whatever, you still, I think you still need to play the Ambler Whale for whenever this happens. So I think IP Masquerena and Ambler Whale are going to be in every single version of the deck, no matter which combo lines you normally prefer if you're uninterrupted. The fact that these two pretty much always come up when you get drolled makes it so you're always going to play these. There's no way you can cut these, I don't think. But let's think about it from a different perspective, because you don't always start with Snake-Eye Ash, right? What happens if we get drolled? What else could we start with? Bonfire. We could start with Bonfire. We could start with normal summon Poplar. These two guys, by the way, Bonfire without anything else, right? Are you gonna grab Poplar or Ash? Probably Ash, right? If you have nothing, if you only have Bonfire, you just grab Ash and do your normal one card combo. Yeah. So it's not different from just drawing Ash in the case of Bonfire, even though Droll is a lot better on Bonfire than on Ash, obviously, because if you Bonfire search Ash and then you get drolled, that hurts more. That definitely hurts more, because then we're not getting the Poplar search special for free and all that, right? So that's worth noting for sure, right? If you start normal summon Poplar and you get original Sinful Spoils, and then you get drolled, you would go original Sinful Spoil, send. No, you would make Linkaribo, place Poplar, then send Poplar for Sinful Spoil, summon Oak, bring back Poplar, Oak effect, summon Flam. Yeah, you get there. Actually, you want to send the Linkaribo instead of the Poplar for the Oak here. And then you make IP. Yeah, you get there. You get there. Poplar gets there, even under droll. Yeah. Because IP. Yeah, alright. So, Droll and Lockbird against this deck is, I don't want to call it bad on Poplar or Ash. I don't want to call it bad on Poplar or Ash because it does something. It prevents some parts of the end board. It's not a terrible card on Poplar or Ash, but I wouldn't say it does a lot. It just stops them from, doing their secondary engine thingy, right? Which is worth something, but it's not crazy. Where the card becomes really strong is if they start with Bonfire. That's the thing. But the thing is, because Bonfire is so weak to droll, like, if you have Bonfire, you're only going to start with Bonfire if it's the only way you have to play the game, right? If Bonfire is not the only starter in your hand, like if you have Ash and Bonfire, you're never going to start with Bonfire, right? You're never going to start with Bonfire. You're always going to go for Ash and see if it works, and then use Bonfire later if you get interrupted. You're never going to start normal summon Ash. Never going to start Bonfire, I mean, right? So by that logic, if Droll is good against Bonfire, right? But they never start with Bonfire unless it's the only card in their deck, like the only starter in their hand. I think that makes cards like Valor or Imperm better than Droll, because in that scenario where Bonfire is their only starter, Imperm or Valor would completely stop their turn, right? Because if it's their only starter, they just go Bonfire, Search Ash, normal Ash, you Valor it or you Imperm it, and at that point, if they don't have Kirin, they're gonna pass, right? Or you can use Ash Blossom on the Bonfire, right? And it's gonna be also really good. So Droll and Lockbird, I think, sounds okay in theory, and definitely has its merits against this deck, but I don't think it's as impactful as people have made it out to be. That being said, I think the card can still be okay, because the deck is going to be the most popular, but it's not the only deck in the format, right? And if you have other decks in the mix, it depends. Like Droll and Lockbird hurts Voiceless Voice a good amount, and it hurts stuff like Vanadium. And so if you have a hand trap like Droll that is like okay into the fire deck, but then really good into some other stuff in the format, you might still want to play it. Right? You might still want to play it just based off the fact that it's going to be okay in this matchup, and just like pretty good in some other matchups, right? So I think that's worth mentioning. All right, let's talk about something that's a little bit more interesting to me, and that is Nibiru. Because all these combos that we've talked about so far technically play into Nibiru, but I heard that there's some good ways of playing around Nibiru, and I want to take a look into that. Because in theory, to me, Nibiru seems like a pretty good card, because, you know, if they ever get to that end board, and I think that's where multiple card combos are going to come in, because technically with the one card combo, if you end on like Amblo Whale plus Flamberge with like an IP Masquerena and a Spell and Trap Zone, technically in that one card combo, if you just get Nibiru'd at the very end, you know, that's good, right? If you get nibbed at the very end of the combo, then you're looking good, right? So I don't think one card combos have good ways of playing around Nibiru. It's terrible at the end. How is it terrible at the end? Apo? Well, yeah. What's the one card combo? Okay, what's a one card combo that Ash can do to play around Nibiru? Ash, Poplar, this. Right? Now, how do we play around Nibiru? What do we do? You Poplar at the field? Okay, but that's not going to be our standard one card combo. Like, how is this relevant when we played the synchro version of the deck and you're going to add this instead of your original? Because at that point, what you're saying is, I'm not going to use my Jet Synchron. Or I need to draw the other card, which would make it a 2-card combo instead of a 1-card combo. Jet is for hands with extenders? You really think... Okay. What is the 1-card combo that we're talking about then? In case, let's say, all right, we'll think through it. I'm open to ideas. We play Jet Synchron in our deck, but we don't go for it if we only have Ash, because we want to be Nibiru safe. Okay, what is our line here? If we want to play around Nibiru, right? We add Divine Temple. This is not Fire King, by the way. This is not Fire King. We activate Divine Temple, and we place what? Flamberge into the spell and trap zone? And then we go Ash effect with the Poplar. You just keep Flamberge in spell and trap. No, I understand the principle, Scrub. I do understand the basic idea, but I'm not so sure about the execution yet. So Oak, bring back this Poplar in the spell and trap zone. Oak effect here. Summon out Flamberge. And now what? You make IP. Okay, you make IP. And you're going to trigger Flamberge, right? You're going to trigger Flamberge. Bring back 2. And what if you get nibbed now? Because if you get nibbed now, you get a token, and your opponent gets nib. Divine Temple brings out Flamberge, but what now? Like, you can Flamberge, place the IP, and then you have to pass, I guess. Which is better than nothing. It's better than nothing. You place Oak and not Flamberge. Okay, hold up. I go for Ash. Special Poplar. Activate this. Place Oak. Use Poplar to make Link Karibo. Poplar places itself. Ash effect with the Poplar. Summons Flamberge. But now what? Now I can't make IP Masquerena. There's no way it's Oak. Oak doesn't make sense. Why not? Because it says 2 non-link monsters. It's written on the card. It's Flamber. It can't be Oak. Oak doesn't make sense. Oak does not make sense. So what you're saying is, if you're playing pure Snake-Eye, and you want to play around Nib by adding the temple, right? You want to play through Nib or around Nib by adding the temple, you have a line available that, honestly, the line isn't bad if you get nibbed. The question is, how much worse is your line if you don't get nibbed? That's another question, right? So let's say Ash, Poplar, Divine Temple, Effect Ash, Oak. Wait, Divine Temple places this. Oak, Poplar, Pop, Pop. Oak Effect, send Poplar. Here, we make IP Masquerena. So we bring back 2 here. Do we want to have a Link Karibo in the graveyard at all times? Probably. Let's just make the Link Karibo. And let's assume we don't get nibbed in our standard combo, right? And so we do this. Princess. Flamberge places this, and these 2 can make Amblo Whale. Right? So this would be what you're ending on if you are playing around Nibiru with just 1 card, right? And so this gives you, instead of Formula Synchron, we have IP Masquerena. We still have 4 cards in hand. It's the same board as if we had gone through Formula Synchron. The only difference is, obviously, we have a Masquerena instead of a Formula, and we have one less card in hand. Because we haven't drawn from the Formula Synchron. Technically, you can also go Sunlight Wolf into Heat Soul, but then you can only summon IP once your opponent summons. So what you're saying... Hold up. Let me put that into practice. What you are saying is... Ash, Poplar, Field Spell, Flamberge, Effect, Oak, bring back, Oak Effect, Summon Flamberge. You're saying make Sunlight Wolf, bring back 2 level 1s, or IP. Okay, you say IP. IP first. Oh, you want to make the Sunlight Wolf with the princess again. I see. So we get here. We make Promethean Princess. We bring back... Oh, the Sunlight was still here. We bring this back. We put this here. And then when we're here, what you're saying is we don't have to go Amblo Whale. We can make Sunlight Wolf, Link Karibo. Sunlight Wolf adds back the Oak, whatever. Let's say we add back Oak. And then we can Heat Soul to draw a card. Right? And then what you're saying is if our opponent summons, the Temple brings out the Flamberge that then brings out the IP. Right? Which is technically okay. It makes you a little bit more vulnerable to something like Cosmic Cyclone. It makes it a little bit more vulnerable to Cosmic Cyclone. But in general, in a format where Nibiru, if Nibiru is going to be played, you could consider going for one of these 2 lines. Wasn't this supposed to be the nip-proof line? I mean, it is nip-proof. That's the thing. What you have to understand is that if you get nipped at any point in these combos, right? At any point in these combos where the Flamberge is already in your spell and trap zone, if you get Nibiru'd, your opponent summons, and that lets you trigger the Divine Temple, and then the Divine Temple brings out the Flamberge, and Flamberge re-equips the IP Masquerena. So even if this is your end board, even if you have to pass here, on your opponent's turn, you have Flamberge bring out Masquerena into... Can Apple be made with tokens? No, can't be made with tokens. But, so you have this into Little Knight. You have the Flamberge that brings back 2. You have Little Knight for a lot of follow-up, right? Like you're if you get nipped, you at least end on Flamberge IP in the spell and trap zone, right? So all you have to worry about is that you make the IP Masquerena before 5 summons, so that if they nib, the IP Masquerena ends up in your graveyard, and you can Flamberge it back, right? Which you are going to go, 1 summon, 2 summons, then the Temple, then actually, you're not gonna summon the thing first. Hold up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right? But then 5 is gonna be Flamberge from the deck. So obviously, if they nib you here, you still get the revive from Flamberge. So they wouldn't nib you here. Like this is the 5th summon. This is where nib is possible, but you wouldn't. They wouldn't nib here because you still get to resummon 2 and keep going. So they wait here, and this is now where you use the Flamberge effect. So technically they can nib you here. This is the first one where it would make somewhat sense to nib you, right? But now, like I said, if they nib you here, you get the token. You get the token and you bring back the Flamberge, which equips the IP Masquerena, right? So this would be a way on how you can outplay Nib with just one card, which is pretty crazy. The fact that you can do this with one card is pretty pretty wild, honestly. That we need to look at the Fire King version now. We need to look at the Fire King version now, because if the Fire King version is weaker into Nib than this one, then that would be a real advantage over the pure one. But I also have heard that the Fire King version also has ways to play around Nibiru. Let's look at the Fire King version. Now, I know there's probably people in chat that have looked at these more than I have already. So give me a quick heads up. Fire King with one Ash. Can it play around Nib? With one Ash, like the one card combos, do they play around Nib? Yes. All right. So walk me through it. Ash, Poplar, and in the case, I'm assuming no Temple. By the way, I'm assuming no Temple. Original Sinful Spoils, right? You're gonna make Linkuriboh, yeah? Correct? Poplar. People have tried Temple to play around Cosmic on Island. Well, we'll get to that in a second. I just want to get the principle. So we're gonna use Snake-Eye. No, you haven't missed Voiceless yet. We're gonna do Voiceless in a second as well. Where is Onyx? Where's my Ponix? There's my Ponix. Summon Ponix. At this point, this is 4 summons. And we grab Sanctuary and Island, right? Sanctuary can activate Island. So we are on 4 summons. What do we do now? What is our 5th summon going to be? I'm assuming we want to put the Flamberge onto the field, because otherwise this was not correct. Why was it not correct? Do you mean not correct to make the Linkuriboh? Hold up. You're supposed to not Linkuriboh here. Okay, so you go Ash, Poplar into this. And then what? Do you just use this? You can just use this now on the Poplar. Or you can use Ash immediately. You use Ash? Okay. Ash effect. Into Oak? I assume? Oak, this. So this was 3 summons now. Then we Oak. Do we Oak out the Flamberge at this point? So now we have 4 summons. You put with Flamberge? Really? So we put something here with Flamberge. Well, this was 5. Yeah, it's 5. But we're not getting nibbed here. And you send it with original. Onyx. So... Oh, wait. So this is now... Ponix is summon number 6, and we have a Flamberge on the board that we have already used. Give me a second. Normal summon Ash, Poplar, this. Spoils, Ponix, 3. 4. Yeah, we have one less body. Okay, so Ash, Poplar, this, Oak, bring back, send, Oak, Flamberge, and then set this with Flamberge, send it for Sinful Spoils, summon Ponix. Okay. So this is not gonna end on Masquerena in the Spell and Trap Zone then? Don't use original now, dude. There's like 1,000 people backseating with different lines. Like, dude, I'm just gonna go watch the freaking pack video. Like, it's pointless. It's literally pointless. Okay, learning for next time. I'm gonna have to learn these lines beforehand because it's impossible with 10,000 people backseating with different lines. It's genuinely impossible because half of the people don't know exactly what we're trying to do.
To talk about the upcoming format a little bit. It's coming sooner than later. One of the things that I wanted to talk about combo does, but literally one Snake-Eye Ash generates the same amount of card advantage, if not more, than what the one Armageddon Knight with the Solidate does, right? And that combo plays like 20 million bricks. Snake-Eye Ash has like basically no, like the reason why the engine is so broken is part about this is that Snake-Eye Ash is searchable off of Bonfire, but it makes it so Bonfire effect, and that's gonna grab us Populous or Poplar in the TCG. We're gonna trigger Poplar's effect when it's added to our hand, except by drawing it. We do some special summon it from our hand. We're then gonna use the effect of Poplar to search the original. Okay. We're then gonna link off the Poplar into a Karibo, and then we're gonna use Poplar's effect to.
See, this was already the moment where 10,000 people in chat were like, "No, the Link Rebo is all wrong, dude." It's
going to the Spell and Trap Zone. Okay. We're gonna then activate the original Sinful Spoils to sack the Karibo to summon a Ponix. Ponix effect is then going to trigger to add a Fire King Spell and Trap card from our deck to our hand, which is going to be the Sanctuary. We're then going to play the Sanctuary to then put the island in the Spell and Trap Zone. And then we're going to activate Snake-Eyes Ash to send itself for the cost alongside Populous to special summon the Flameberg Dragon. Okay. We're then going to declare the effect of Island to destroy the Ponix, allowing us to add a Fire King monster from our deck to our hand, which is going to be Grunix. Grunix is then going to trigger itself to summon itself from the hand, and then activate the effect to destroy a Kieran from the deck. When Kieran is destroyed, it can bring back a Fire King monster from the grave or the hand, and then non-target destroy card on the field. That effect to destroy is actually optional. So you can see that the engine is really good at going second as well. But from here, we're going to link off the Flamber Dragon and the Grunix into an IP Masquerena, and then trigger the effect of Flamber Dragon to bring back 2 level 1 fire monsters. That's going to be the Snake-Eye Ash and the Populars. From here, we're then going to link off the IP Masquerena and the Populars into a, you guessed it, Promethean Princess, the new fire support card. Promethean Princess will then trigger its effect to bring back a fire monster from our graveyard, non-targeting and summoning to our side of the field. We're then going to activate the effect of Flamer Dragon to put a IP Masquerena in the Spell and Trap Zone, and this is important because on our opponent's turn, we're going to use the same Flamber to summon from our Spell and Trap Zone the IP Masquerena, so we can tag this out into more trapses on our opponent's turn. We're then going to link off the Promethean Princess and the Snake-Eye Ash into a Sunlight Wolf, and then going to activate the graveyard effect of Karibo to tribute the Ponix to summon itself back from the grave, to then trigger the Sunlight Wolf effect to add back the Kieran to our hand, so that we have an extra layer of interruption, because Kieran is a quick effect during the main phase to destroy a
okay, he's doing the standard heat soul line. This is not intended though. So the thing you do have to understand about these sort of lines is that at some point you're going to have to make a decision of which line you want to go for, right? Because yeah, it's cool that this is the standard combo, but you're not going to freaking know whether your opponent has Nibiru in hand or not. So like, this can be as fancy as it wants to be. If this is the line that people go for and it loses to Nibiru, then this entire line is like worthless if Nibiru is being played, right? It's like, it's just not gonna be, it's not viable to do that if Nibiru is popular, right? So like, it's cool that the deck has multiple lines available and it's good to know them. But at the end of the day, you just have to decide for one of them, right?
We're gonna use the Karibo and the Sunlight Wolf to make a Heat Soul, and then use the effective Heat Soul to draw a free card, right? So we now have a free card in our hand, okay? So let's just put a Bonbon, aka Bonfire, to our hand. On our opponent's turn, now this doesn't look like a lot, but on our opponent's turn, this is gonna very quickly turn into 8 interruptions off of 1 card, okay?
Okay, we have talked about that.
Chaining through Snake-Eye Ash, chaining through Soul off circle. You can then use trigger the Goonies effect to bring back the Kieran and bring back the Arvada. If your opponent activates so much off one card, think back to like Prank Kids, okay? But it's also the
It's not here. There's no other combo. Like, how are we chatting so hard? How are we chatting so freaking hard? And then it's not even in this video. God damn it, chat. Check top deck? I can't check top deck, dude. It's DB, man. God, you guys keep sending freaking DB replays, man. Just open it in a separate tab. Okay, hold up. Dude, you linked the same video, by the way. You linked the same freaking video. You have got to be kidding me, man. Twitch chat sometimes. Okay, let me rearrange this. What I'm just gonna do is I guess I'll follow the line off screen. Shoutouts to Jojo ASMR, aka Top Deck. But yeah, I'll just follow it and see if it makes sense. So it goes Ash into Populous, into Original Sinful, and then it uses Ash to send Poplar. Summon that, summon this, which I've literally done 10 times and people have screamed, no, that's not how you do it. And then it puts this into the Spell and Trap Zone with the Flamberge. Then it makes a Sunlight Wolf to summon back 2 and add back Flamberge with Sunlight Wolf. And this threatens Apple, right? That's the reasoning here. This threatens Apple, but they don't make Apple here. So you're assuming at this point, if you don't get nibbed, then they don't have it, I guess. So they continue by making Linkuriboh into Heat Soul to draw a card. And then it makes Apple. It's more, no, the thing is, like, you can get nibbed here, right? Like, once you go Sunlight Wolf, summon back 2 to add back with the Sunlight Wolf, right? You can get nibbed here. The crux is that you haven't used this yet. So that if you get nibbed, you get a token, and you can still Sinful Spoils with this to get the Ponyx into the Fire King stuff, right? That's the idea. The idea is if you get nibbed, you can still send, you still haven't used this one. So if you get nibbed and you just go Sinful Spoils, send the Oak, summon the Onyx, right? You get Sanctuary, Island, and you just go pop the Onyx with the thing. Actually, you can pop the Flamberge in your hand. That's even better. You pop the Flamberge in your hand, and you get Garunix. But there's no point in popping that, because then you can't revive with Kirin. Yeah, you would pop the... I think you would pop here. Just because Garunix... And... Oh, you can chain Linkuriboh. That's right. No, you don't have Linkuriboh in this one. So you get here. It's not that good though if you get nibbed, is it? Like if you don't play Barong, this isn't that great. Oh yeah, you can do, yeah, you can make a Linkuriboh. And then pop the Flamberge. And then this brings that back. You can send Arvada instead of Kirin. That's the same thing, right? So you get here. And this can make Promethean Princess if you want to. You can also make Eat Soul, but that doesn't give you much. You definitely want to go through Promethean Princess. Right? Does Promethean Princess... Hold up. No, we can... If we're here... If we're here... Can't we go turn the token into an IP Masquerena? Or a Charmer. We can also make Hida. Doesn't matter. Then these two make Promethean. Because then you can Promethean bring back Arvada. And then these two, I guess, just make Ambler Whale. And then you pass on this. Right? You can't go Flamberge into IP anymore because we've used Flamberge early on. I will say this board is not terrible, but it's a lot weaker than what you would normally do. Because keep in mind, they also have a Nibiru on the board. So they can just attack the Arvada. You can summon IP off of Whale. You can bring IP back off of Whale, yeah, once the Whale dies. But only if you don't pop it with Promethean. If you pop it with Promethean... Yeah. Another anti-Nibline. Okay, hold up. All right, it goes Ash, Poplar, Original. It makes Linkuriboh. Poplar, and then it uses the Sinful Spoil to summon out... What was that? That was Oak? No, you just summon Ponix. Onyx. And grab Sanctuary and Island. Well, you haven't activated Sanctuary yet. Wait, but how is there a Flamberge on your board? Need to refresh this. Oh, it's just instead of the wait, no. What have you done? This line is not legal, Jordan. You're using populist twice. You go Ash into Poplar, you link into Linkaribo, place it in the spell and trap zone, and then later you send it for Ash and put it back. Oh, no, you place it with Flamberge. Now I see. Okay. You're using Flamberge. So before you do that, you're here. You go Ash into Flamberge, and then Flamberge places the Poplar back so that you can use spoils. Okay, so this here puts you here. You know what the problem with this line is, by the way? What happens if you get... What happens if you get ashed on this? Because you don't have Ponix yet. If you get ashed here, you just go Shrooge, right? You see, this is the problem. The problem is that, like, these lines are cool and all in theory, but they're all kind of designed... They're kind of designed to just be good into specifically one card, and since you don't know whether your opponent has that one card, because the problem here is if you get ashed on this Sinful Spoils, like, you get Omega destroyed, because you even have already used the Flamberge to place in the spell and trap zone. Like, if you get hit here, you can't make an IP Masquerena, you have to, like, SP pass kind of situation. I guess you can Hita to take the Ash. Okay, Hita... Flamberge revives 2. Hita takes their Ash. Where's my ashes? And then do you just leave? Do you just summon SP? IP, I mean? Like, you could just make IP Masquerena the hard way. But then, nah. IP, then Princess. Then Whale. Princess bring back what, though? Like, you want to make Whale with the IP or the Flamberge? Probably here, right? This does not seem very good, guys. This does not seem very viable to me. With Flamberge? Okay, Flamberge then. Now, what do we do with this IP Masquerena? Like, what is this end board? Promethean pop, then you do know that Promethean Princess locks you into fire monsters. Like, this end board is legit nothing. Especially with the power level that the format is going to be at. Especially the power level that the format is going to be at, this end board is just going to run over by... It's going to be run over by everything. Like, this does nothing. So like if in theory if you find a line that is like good into Nibiru specifically, but then loses to everything else, I feel like it's not that valuable, to be honest with you. Princess pops and you still make SP. How does this situation get SP and Princess pop? Like you have two options. You either make SP first and then you don't get Princess. Chaining one Princess, chaining two SP. Well then, but you have to use both at the same time. Like if your opponent summons a monster, like if your what if your opponent freaking normal summons, Jordan? What if they normal summon a monster card, you know, that is bigger than 800? Question. They won't. Ah, okay. They simply won't. So I don't know exactly where my head's at on this entire problem. What was the other? I definitely liked the other one more, but let me check. So the other one was Ash, Poplar grab. I will say one thing, it was a lot cleaner when it was the pure Snake-Eye deck. I'll just say it up front. I'll say it up front. Playing through Nib with the field spell felt cleaner than this. I'll say that. When it comes, like, this deck can play through it, you're not wrong. But the line in the pure version, that one felt cleaner. That one felt easier. I had to go less out of my way to do that, to make it happen in the other deck. Like, unironically, if Nibiru is popular, you might want to consider not going for the Fire King version, because the way this deck plays through Nibiru is very convoluted, I feel like. Like, it's the field spell is very good if you want to play through Nibiru. I mean, unironically, you could just play the field spell in the Fire King version of the deck, and then you have the same line available. Like, if you open Ash and you want to play around Nibiru and it's your only starter, like, you can search the field spell and do the same thing that we did in the other. Like, that's technically possible, right? But okay, let me see if I can still now the question, can I still remember the line that we talked about a couple minutes ago? This deck can be confusing at some, like, I think learning the first, like, the standard lines is going to be relatively quick, but then when it comes to outplaying certain hand traps and finding the optimal lines depending on what people play in the format can be a little more tricky for sure. So the other line was, we get this one, but I think we used Ash first to grab Oak. And then we did this, right? And then we went Oak with Poplar to grab Flamberge, and then Flamberge placed one back. At this point, this is 5 summons, right? That was 5 summons, and then we would just make Sunlight Wolf here to threaten Appaloosa, right? And this is the thing. This line does not have a glaring weakness to getting ashed at some random point and then having nothing else at the end, right? Unless they ash your very first normal summon, which is always going to be the same. But here, Flamberge brings back 2. Sunlight Wolf adds back the Flamberge. And if they don't want to get Appoed, they have to nib here, right? But if not, then we just do this into Heat Soul. We draw a card. We make Appaloosa. And then we simply go Sinful Spoil, and now we're protected from Appaloosa, right? We can't get Ash Tier because we have Appo. I guess you can't get Ash Nibbed, but that's whatever, right? And then you would just go into, you pivot into your Fire King combo. Here, right? Bop, bop. And you still get a pretty solid situation going. Right? This seems better. This one does seem better than the other one, right? Because now you can go Island, pop Flamberge, add Garunix, trigger Garunix to destroy from the deck. You chain Linkuriboh in the graveyard, so you have a Fire King in the graveyard to revive with Arvada. Right? Arvada goes... bring this back. You make... Do you make Promethean directly? Or is there a merit to going like through SP or something? IP, I mean. Is there a merit to going through IP in this? Oh yeah, because Amblo Whale can bring it back. Technically. So you go IP, Linkuriboh, Promethean Princess, and you bring back Arvada. However, if you want to end on Amblo Whale, you would have to link off the Arvada here, unless I'm missing something. Right? Unless I'm missing something, if you want to keep this Arvada negate, you would have to make Amblo Whale. But Arvada is also pretty good here, isn't it? My problem with this line is that if you get DD Crowed, if you get DD Crowed in this line, it's pretty bad. Because Nibiru, because Flamberge needs to reborn exactly 2. Yeah, so Flamberge... Flamberge doesn't target. It just says special summon 2 level 1 fires from the graveyard. But it does need to be 2. It does need to be 2. Amblo? I mean, if you make Amblo Whale... If you make Amblo Whale, and then you go Promethean Princess, pop the Amblo Whale, you cannot bring back the IP right here, because you're locked into fire if you do that. Right? So this is a little awkward, isn't it? This feels a little awkward. These lines feel way more awkward, because they don't end on Flamberge. Garunix pop princess? What do you mean Garunix pop princess? It's actually wild. It's actually wild things that are being uttered in chat right now. Okay. I will say, so far, I am not entirely sure why the Fire King version is supposed to be that much better than the other one. Because from my perspective, both decks have pretty strong combo lines available, and the end boards are pretty damn like strong either way. I guess you need to play it to see how it feels. I mean, you're right. We definitely do have to play it at some point. And we're going to spend all Monday. We're going to spend all Monday testing both versions probably. But for now, my first impression is that the Fire King stuff is cute. But I don't think the lines are much better, especially into certain hand traps. I don't think it adds much to be like, because the way I see it is if this deck goes first, uninterrupted, I feel like no matter which version I'm playing, I'm going to have a good chance of winning the game, right? The Fire King cards don't add anything when it comes to playing through Droll. I don't think they add much when it comes to playing through Nibiru. Like, I think the pure Snake-Eye deck has a fine line to go to play through Nibiru. They do give you a way to play through Valor and Imperm if you open the Kirin, right? And they do also give you, I would argue that drawing one of these two cards also helps you play through hand traps. Like if you normal summon Ash and you get Impermed or Valored, and then you have Sanctuary to follow it up and get the Fire King Island, it's a pretty good second push. And that is also true going second, right? Like playing into boards, I can see how the Fire King cards would help you maneuver, right? Because if your opponent like tries to SP one of your cards and you go like Kirin pop it as an extender with a decent amount of attack and all that, right? I can see it. I can see how the cards are good in that case. So I think it might be one of those cases where the cards are worse in theory than they are in practice. Like it might just be like once you play with those cards, you don't want to go back to playing without them. But my first impression is that the pure version is also pretty damn good, and I don't know if I like including the Fire King cards, but I'll have to check it out. We'll have to try it. Because the reality is going to be very often it's not all. So far we've looked at one card combos, but like the reality is with the amount of like Bonfire, Diabellstar, Wanted, and all that, the amount of extenders that you can draw, like a more realistic approach is like multiple card combos anyways. And then when you're talking multiple cards, it's usually always better to have more engines in your deck because then you just have more like effects at your disposal, right? You have when it comes to how many things can you do in a turn, the pure version of the deck is going to have less stuff that it can do each turn than the Fire King deck, because the Fire King deck, on top of using all of the Snake-Eye cards once per turn, you also have like one Ponix, one Garunix, one Kirin, all that. Like you have more stuff that you can do in a single turn, which is reasonable, right? It's a reasonable advantage, but I don't know if that's the end all be all, because you're gonna have more room for non-engine in the pure version. Yeah. Okay. Let's look at one thing before we move on to, I guess I want to do one more thing. I want to do one more thing quickly for Snake Eyes, and then we're going to quickly build a deck that we can use on Monday to test with. But then I also want to take a look at Voiceless Voice lines, because Voiceless Voice lines, I don't think that's going to take that much time. The deck's relatively linear, and I do want to include it in today's stream. I don't want to go just Snake Eye on the first stream. Uno Violo, thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate you. Also, Gabier, thank you for the 2 months. And everyone else who subscribed while I was in the tank. I know I'm kind of concentrated right now because some of this stuff is also new to me. I hope, once again, I keep saying this, and I have a feedback channel on my Discord server for this. If you find these streams helpful, let me know. And if you find these streams too confusing because you would think it'd be better if I knew all the lines going in, that would also be valuable feedback to me, because I could think about, learning all of this in advance. I was under the impression that the whole learning process was also interesting on stream, right? So I'm not going in completely blind. I have looked into it to some extent, but just let me know. Let me know, like, is it good if we include the learning process on stream, or is it better if I learn before the stream and then I just sit here and present the line once that I think is the best and then call it a day, right? I genuinely don't get the hype around this deck. The engine is really good for a load of other already established decks, but here it looks super weak. I can't help you with that because this is one of the most impressive one-card combos I've seen in my entire life. So I don't know what you think is super weak. I would be interested to see what you think is a good one-card combo then. That comment threw me off a little bit because I don't understand what about this thing seems weak. Like, yeah, Pierre, you missed my sub. No, I just said thank you. Anyways, I did say thank you to your sub. I just did. I did it. I was a little late on it, but I appreciate you. Like, you want every one card combo to be Vakaushi or circular, like. This deck is crazy. I don't know what you're it's yeah. Anyways. The one thing I wanted to look at was how specifically the pure version with Jet Synchron incorporates these two cards, right? Because obviously what we have looked at so far was all just from the Snake-Eye side of things. And I would like to say in the Fire King version of the deck, these two guys, Diabellstar and Wanted, are mostly just more consistency cards and a little bit of extension as well, right? Like if your Snake-Eye Ash gets Veilored or Impermed, you can just use these as extenders and still do the combo, right? That's what they're mostly being used for in the pure version, right? No, in the Fire King version, right? In the Fire King version, you can use these to extend your plays and to play through hand traps a lot better, but for the most part, it's just more consistency cards. That's the most important part. I'm sure there's a line somewhere where you can just summon Diabellstar and threaten a Appaloosa earlier than you would otherwise, and that makes you play through Nib. I'm sure that's a thing. But for now, I want to think about what do these cards do when you open them in the Synchro version of the deck with Jet Synchron, because then I'm pretty sure you have some pretty neat lines to play through Nibiru by threatening Borreload Savage, right? Ash plus Wanted equals IP plus Baron plus Savage plus Draw 2 plus Follow Up. Okay, that is something that we're going to figure out right now. Wanted plus Ash. You're going to draw phase Wanted, obviously. You're going to draw phase Wanted for Diabellstar. And then you're probably going to start with Ash. Unironically, there is an argument to be made, by the way, to not use Wanted in the draw phase. It depends how popular Droll Lockbird is. But we've already established that one Ash is fine under Droll Lockbird. And the thing is, if you want it in the draw phase, I just want to bring your guys' attention to that fact. If you want it in the draw phase and your opponent knows that you have a Diabellstar in hand, they might use their hand traps differently. Right? They might use their hand traps differently. Also, you can just chain Wanted to Droll if you start with Ash. Yeah, no, you don't want it in draw phase. No, you're right. You don't want it in draw phase because it's a quick play spell, obviously. You start with Ash to see if they interrupt that, and if you get Drolled, you can still chain Wanted. No, 100%, yeah. So we would go Ash, Special Poplar, grab Original, I'm pretty sure, in this case, right? This is not a situation where you want to grab the field spell, I'm pretty sure. Actually, you could also grab the field spell because the Wanted could get you the Original. Maybe we do get the field spell because we have Wanted. You do add field spell. Okay, the people that are... Is this the optimal most... well, optimal is the wrong word. Are we gonna try to go for an anti-Nib line, or are we ignoring Nib and see what the maximum that's possible is? Let's set the record straight. Can we do are we ignoring Nibiru and going for the maximum, or are we doing the kind of both? Okay. Are you familiar with the combo I'm about to do, X Crazy? The Wanted plus Ash. So I know I'm just gonna listen to one person in chat because I cannot be bothered. I need someone to take the wheel that know how to best navigate this to also play around Nibiru. You're being awkwardly quiet now. I need one volunteer. I need one volunteer that knows the best way to play this combo in the synchro version of the deck to play around Nibiru. I'ma listen to you, and if it's wrong, you're being timed out. Who wants to? Who wants to do it? Who wants to do it? Who volunteers? The risk is there. Do you want me to say lines and hope it works? No, I can do that myself. I can do that myself. Hold up. You know what we're gonna do? Because for this deck, for the pure version of the deck, Jojo ASMR, aka Top Deck, has actually made a video. And I'm gonna link you this one. This one actually doesn't use DB, so we can easily use it. Shout outs to them, by the way. The videos were pretty good. I've already seen this, but I forgot. It's been a couple days ago.
If you open, let's say, Wanted plus Snake-Eye Ash. There's nothing really to be said here. These combos are ridiculous, so why don't we just show you what we can do. First, we can start by activating Wanted in the draw phase. You might want to play around something like Draw and Lockbird. I can search a copy of Diabellstar. Right. Next, we can normal summon Snake-Eye Ash and use the effect to search.
Okay, we've already established that using Wanted in draw phase is not ideal here because you give your opponent information that they shouldn't have.
The newly released Snake-Eye Poplar. On resolution, because Poplar was added from the deck to the hand, we can special summon it and use the effect to search a Simple Spoil spell. Now, because we already have Diabellstar, which means we have a way to get to original Simple Spoil, in this case we can search for our field spell, which is really, really important here. From there, we can activate the field spell and use the effect to place our Flame Burge in the spell and trap zone. This is important because we are now insulated through Nibiru. If our opponent special summons a monster, we can use the field spell to summon the Flame Burge, and then if that's into the grave, we can do sorts of other great plays. At this point, what we can do is link up our Poplar for a copy of Linkaribo. And from there, Populous will trigger to put itself back in the spell and trap zone. From here, what we're going to do is special summon our Diabellstar by sending Populous to the spell and from the spell and trap zone to the grave. We can activate the effect of Diabellstar to get our copy of Original Sinful Spoil. That gets set to the field. From here, we can activate Original Sinful Spoil, sending our copy of Linkaribo to special summon our Jet Synchron. From here, what we're going to do is now synchro summon our Diabellstar and our Jet Synchron into a copy of Borrowed Savage Dragon. We can now use the effect to put our Linkaribo into...
Okay, this is nib safe. This is nib safe because if you get nibbed here on the Savage, which is the last point they can, you still have Flamberge to bring it back out. And you... yeah, no, this is perfect into nib. Yeah.
Zone to now protect us from cards like Nibiru or other hand traps. And what's great is that we can now use Snake-Eye Ash's effect here to send itself and the Linkaribo to summon a copy of Snake-Eye Oak from our deck. And what's fantastic is you still get to keep your Barlord Savage negate, which is fantastic.
Jojo's combo misses a princess in the graveyard, which can be there. One card synchro combo is also wrong. Yeah, maybe. I can't verify that right now. I think this whole process of going through learning different lines and seeing how they do it best and all that kind of stuff is just part of it. And the thing is that we as content creators, we also go through that process, right? So I wouldn't blame them for that if it's true. I don't even know if it's true. Whether, you know, the lines are not ideal here. I just want to have an understanding on how it works, right? Like it's just this entire stream as well. It's just a starting point. It's the first day of the new format. The set just came out. The lines don't need to be perfect yet. I just want to establish an understanding for the deck and see what it does. And so if I mean, that'd be perfect, right? If you're able to see a line, adapt it, and then make it even better, right? That's a pretty good place to be in, right? So yeah, it's fine.
From here we can summon Snake-Eye Oak and use the effect to Monster Reborn a level 1 fire monster from our graveyard. So here we're just going to get back our copy of Jet Synchron. Right? At this point now what we're going to do is use the effect of Snake-Eye Oak to send itself, as well as the Flame Burge from our Spell and Trap Zone to the graveyard, to special summon the second copy of Flame Burge here. At this point we can now use the effect of...
Do you know which vibe I'm getting? Is that Nibiru So both Veiler and Imperm, I think, are going to be solid hand traps in the format. And if you pair Nibiru with one of those two, I don't think any of the decks has a way to play around it, even with multiple cards. I'm pretty sure Veiler Nib, Imperm Nib ends turn against like 2 to 3 card combos, pretty much, right? Versus Pure, I'm pretty sure it's the same against the Fire King version too, honestly. Like, even like what do you set up in the Fire King version? I guess if you have Arvada access, then it works. Like, if you have Arvada access, then you're okay if you go for an anti-nib line, and then you have a way to Arvada the nib.
Flamebirch to Monster Reborn, 2 level 1 fire monsters from our graveyard. So we're going to summon these back here. Gonna get back the Oak. Just clear up some board space here because it's getting a bit jam-packed. And our Snake-Eye Ash. And then from here, what we're going to do is we're going to synchro off our Jet Synchron and one of our level 1 monsters into a copy of Formula.
Yeah.
From here, we can use Formula Synchron's effect to draw 1 free card. So keep in mind you have 3 other cards, or no, 2 other cards at the moment, but we'll get another draw if wanted. And then at this point, we can link both our Oak as well as our Formula Synchron into a copy of IP Masquerena. At this point, we can now use Flamebirch's effect, taking the Formula Synchron in our graveyard and put it in the Spell and Trap zone. And that is basically our full board. You can also, if you want, use Wanted's effect to banish itself, to take your original Sinful Spoil, to put it to the bottom of the deck, and draw another card. So keep in mind, you will still have, I believe, 3
Wait, there's no way to do a Promethean Princess in this? Have we even used Jet Synchron to revive? Surely we can... We have not? Okay, so why don't we just make Promethean Princess, bring back Flamberge, and then use Jet Synchron to go with Promethean and Jet Synchron into Amplo Whale? I guess we don't have IP Masquerena in the Spell and Trap Zone anyways. What's the point? I guess... Okay, but then you're trading IP for Princess. Yeah, right. Like, because IP Masquerena... Yeah... This turns into a fat format Apple with 2 Omnis. Yeah, because Flamberge summons out Formula. You make Baron, bring back 2 level 1s, and then use IP to use the... Yeah. Dude, not having Princess in the graveyard... Not having Princess in the graveyard seems sus, though. 3 level 1s because Oak... Oh, yeah, you can make a format Apple, too. No, you can't. Oh, yeah, you can. Never mind. Yeah, you can. I don't know if I kind of like Princess in the graveyard. Without Princess, Dark Ruler no more goes hard. You're technically right, but no one's gonna play Dark Ruler. Like, that's genuinely not an issue. Okay. Just to reiterate, just to see if we have understood. So we go Ash Poplar. Add the field spell. The field spell places our Flamberge. We go Wanted, Diabell Star. This makes a Link Karibo. Poplar goes back into the Spell and Trap Zone. We then... Did we send it for Diabell Star directly? I think we did. You could also go through Oak, but I don't see a huge benefit in doing... This is a general question. Because in general, you often have the choice of going through Oak just for the sake of going through Oak, right? Like here, for example, the normal thing that I think that they did was just go Sinful Spoil, send the Link Karibo, right? What we can do is use Ash into Link Karibo, into Oak, and then we have Oak in rotation, right? But then we get nipped. No, it's not bad if we get nipped here, right? The point is to get Savage on 5. You never get Savage on 5. The point is that the field spell protects you from nib. Because if you get nibbed at any point here, you just bring back Snake-Eyes Flamberge. That's not the point. You need Orc to Reborn Jet? Okay, let's just not do it then. Let's see if we do need it. So we do this, right? Sinful Spoil here. And we grab our copy of Jet Synchron, right? And here we make Savage. Savage equips Linkaribo. Oh no, we now want to use the Ash because we can send the Linkaribo away. Yeah, no, we don't want. We definitely don't want to use the Ash earlier because Borreload Savage keeps the counter. It keeps the counter even if the equip spell goes away. The only thing it loses is the attack boost, which doesn't matter, right? You still have a negate even if the Linkaribo is gone. So here you're gonna go Oak to revive the Jet, right? With the Ash. What was the step after this one? Now we Oak. Okay, now we can get rid of our Flamberge because we can give up on our protection, right? Because we have Savage now. So Oak, I guess Oak summons another Flamberge, and then Flamberge revives 2 level 1s. Right? And then these two make a formula. Draw a card with formula, link it off into IP Masquerena. And then Flamberge plays the formula. Right? That was the line. That was the line that they showed in the video. Right? I'm just wondering whether there's a way you can incorporate Promethean Princess into this. I mean, I'm sure you can, but is it good? Right? Because we are here. Because what I'm thinking is, in an ideal world, you would do it a little bit differently, and you would end on a Baron. You would just make a Baron here, and you just go for Flamberge and summon the IP on the opponent's turn. That's missing a couple bodies, though, I feel like, for this combo, because right now, what we would have to do in order to get Baron would be this. Into the formula, draw a card, then this would make Baron, and then I think we're 1 body short for doing that. I think we're 1 body short for doing that, because if we had another bot, like we can bring back Jet Synchron. If we discard 1 card from our hand, right? We could bring back the Jet Synchron, but we're 1 card short of making Promethean Princess, right? If we had 1 extra body, whichever one, we could make IP Masquerena here. Then we would need another body to turn that IP Masquerena into Promethean Princess. And then Promethean Princess would summon back the Flamberge. The Flamberge would put IP into the Spell and Trap Zone. And then I think since you can't link off the Promethean Princess, you could pop it with Baron. You could just pop the Princess with Baron to put it into the graveyard, and now you have 2 Omnis plus IP Masquerena. But at the same time, the other board also had that. It was just no Princess in the graveyard, right? Like, because the other end board was this way around here, which is also IP plus 2 Omnis, because this is going to make Baron. You just don't have the Promethean in the graveyard. You could make Sunlight instead of IP with Jet and 1 level 1, then revive Jet to trigger Sunlight, add back. You can, but then you don't have IP Masquerena, right? Would Birch allow your line? It would if you had a way to search it. Like if you have an extra bonfire, yeah. If you had an extra bonfire, yes, you could. If you played Birch. So let's think it through then. Let's say if we have a bonfire, let's just theorize it. Where's my Birch? There's Birch. Let's say we have bonfire, wanted, and ash, which is an insane hand already. Like we don't have to talk about how good this hand is, but just for the sake of it, just for the understanding of what I mean. Snake-Eye Ash, Populous, Field Spell, put Flamberge, Linkuriboh, Poplar goes back here, wanted, grabs Diabellstar, send Poplar to summon Diabellstar, put original down. At that point, it was use this to send this to summon Jet Synchron. Make Savage. I love how Savage gives you material to send for the Snake Eyes. That feels really good. Savage, equip Linkuriboh, gain the counter, use Ash with the Linkuriboh. Or was it Ash with the Linkuriboh here, or was it Ash with the Flamberge? No, the Linkuriboh's here. Yeah, no, this. Into Oak. Oak brings back Jet, and now Oak with the Flamberge. That's the one. Oak with the Flamberge summons another Flamberge, and you revive 2 level 1s. Now you're gonna make Formula, draw 1. You're gonna make Baron. You're gonna pitch 1 that you drew with the Formula or anything else in your hand for the Jet Synchron, and then you bonfire for the Birch, right? Then you can special Birch, link 2 into IP Masquerena, link 3 into Promethean. Promethean brings back Flamberge, and Flamberge puts Masquerena into the spell and trap zone. And here, in order to not be fire locked, you just go pop this, right? That'd be one way you could do it, right? I don't even know if that's the best way to do it with the 3-card combo. But technically, that'd be one way. That would be one way you can do this. And the cool thing about this line is even if you get Dark Ruler, you still have Promethean Princess, and you still get IP Masquerena. You still get IP Masquerena because of the field spell. Like, if they Dark Ruler you first to play through your Omni Negates, you still get to temple back the IP later. Do we really need Flamberge with the field spell? I mean, yeah, you could argue. You could do this. But then you just don't have... I think having Flamberge for all the bodies and all that is pretty good. Do we not shotgun Flamberge? I think in this version, you don't have to. You have 2 Omnis. What's going to happen? Like, what do you want to shotgun the Flamberge for? Okay. Okay. Okay, in which order should we proceed? I don't really mind, like, because should we build the decks? The problem is building the decks. I think I would have to leave the non-engine slots open for now, because we haven't discussed non-engine yet, right? We haven't discussed non-engine yet, so it's not that easy to just build a deck, right? We can build the deck and just leave the non-engine slots open. We can just be like, okay, this is your core, this is your 25 cards you're going to play, the rest is non-engine. We could do that. We can discuss non-engine first, or before we discuss non-engine, we can also discuss Voiceless Voice. Those are the three options: deck building, Voiceless Voice, or non-engine discussion. Can we make a poll? You guys can. I don't mind if you guys decide. I think they can all make sense in some way, shape, or form. I think it makes sense if we do Voiceless Voice before non-engine discussion, because it's relevant for the non-engine if it's good against Voiceless Voice or not. There's a poll running. You guys can vote on the poll on what you want to do next. Do you want to see some Voiceless Voice? Do you want to see some deck building for Fire Kings, or Snake-Eyes rather? Or do we do non-engine discussion right away? I don't mind either way. It looked like Voiceless Voice. Hanny Money, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Also, Queso Jama, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate the support, everybody. Once again, if you're enjoying the stream, I'm always very happy to see people follow or subscribe to the channel. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying my best. All right. Okay. Voiceless Voice. I think Voiceless Voice is going to be less confusing than Fire King. I think Fire King is in... If you're feeling overwhelmed with the amount of options and different builds and different combo lines that you can do with the Fire deck, I think that's fair. I think that's a feeling that a lot of people in the community share at the moment. So don't worry about that. I think it's just going to take some time and we're going to get used to it, right? Like it's and I think that is part of what makes the deck interesting too. Is that it has those lines. On another note, we have Voiceless Voice, which is, I think, a little bit more straightforward. So let's just go through these effects one by one, because I also do need to remind myself what all of these cards do. So just for context, this is a rework of basically a new archetype that puts old ritual monsters together, which are Soravis, Skull Guardian, and who's the third one even? Saphira. They got some new ritual monsters and some new main deck monsters. So let's just go through it together and see what the lines for this deck do. And I think it's not going to be that difficult for us to get through this one. If you ritual summon exactly one light ritual monster, warrior or dragon, with a card effect that requires the use of monsters, this card can be used as the entire tribute. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is normal or special, it places a Voiceless Voice continuous spell trap from deck in the face-up spell and trap zone. And if a light ritual monster, warrior, or dragon is special to your field while it's in the graveyard, you can special summon this card. So, very simple. On normal or special, this card is going to place a continuous spell or trap, and it can be used as the entire tribute, and it comes back from the graveyard. let's just go. I think it makes sense if we talk about its targets first. We have Barrier of the Voiceless Voice, which is the most important, I want to say, card of the archetype almost, but together with Low. While you control Low and a light ritual, your opponent monsters can only target rituals for attacks, and they cannot target light monsters with card effects. During the main phase, add a Voiceless Voice card or Skull Guardian ritual monster from your deck to your hand, except Barrier. So this card is just phenomenal. Once per turn, Rhoda, plus targeting protection, plus messing with your opponent's attacking targets. Phenomenal card. Always going to be playing 3. Mande Leonardo, thank you for the 8 months. And Lichtleam, thank you for the 12. Appreciate you guys. The full year. Thank you. In case you already have Barrier of the Voiceless Voice, most of the Voiceless Voice lists that I've seen, they do play 1 copy of the trap card in order to just have a secondary target for Low. And also, I think even if you don't have Barrier and you get Barrier on the first turn, I think the deck has ways to summon out the Low on the opponent's turn to get this trap anyways, because this places face up, right? So the continuous trap has 2 effects. Both you can only activate one of these effects, and it's during the main phase. Shuffle a light ritual monster or a ritual spell from hand or grave into the deck. If you do, add to your hand or special summon a Voiceless Voice monster from your deck. Or you can target cards your opponent controls up to the number of light rituals you control. Destroy both this card and as many of the targeted cards as possible. So this card can either special summon or add, or it can destroy multiple cards your opponent's control. So your opponent controls, right? And so usually the ratio is you're going to play 3 Low always. Everything revolves around this card. Obviously, you're going to play 3 Barrier because the card is insane. And then you play 1 copy of Radiance because you can get it for free off of Low if you already have the Barrier. And I think most lines get to end on the trap anyways. We'll look at the lines in a second, but that's the ratio that you're going to play for sure. Then, as far as new cards go, we're going to go through some of the old stuff that you still play in a second, but we have some other new stuff that we have to look at. The only new ritual monster for now is a new version of Skull Guardian, right? Because they didn't make it. They made a new effect version of Soravis and a new effect version of Saphira. For Skull Guardian, they made a new ritual monster. You can ritual summon this card with Prayers of the Voiceless Voice. This card gains 2050 attack if you control Low, so it goes to a 4100 untargetable thing because of the barrier. There's 4100 untargetable, and the opponent can only attack it. If this card is ritual summoned, it adds a Voiceless Voice monster or a ritual warrior or dragon from deck to hand. So on summon adds something. It's pretty good. When your opponent activates a card or effect while you control Low, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. So it's literally on summon, it searches. It's a 4100 towers, and it's an Omni negate once per turn while you keep Low on the field. So this card is phenomenal, part of almost any Voiceless Voice end board because it is highly searchable and because it is not a starter card in it itself. I don't think people are playing 3 of this card. The standard that I've seen is 2. So that's what the Skull Guardian does for the deck. Other new card that we have is Saphira, which is obviously the effect monster version of the ritual Saphira card. Discard this card, send a ritual spell from deck to grave, then you can add a light ritual monster from deck or grave to your hand. This is a pretty good effect because I believe the ritual spell also has a graveyard effect. And then this also has a graveyard effect. You can banish this card from your grave, ritual summon a light ritual monster from your hand by tributing monsters from your hand or field whose total level equal or exceed the level, right? So you're gonna search Saphira, you're gonna discard it to send the ritual spell, and then you can banish it from the graveyard to ritual summon with her. Usually, this is a 3 of. I only have 2 for now, so we're gonna have to use a placeholder for this. I wasn't able to get my hands on 3 of these, but you know, usually you play 3 of the Saphira in almost any list that I've seen, or every list that I've seen. Then we have Soravis, the new effect monster version. This one has quite small. Let me see if the camera is good enough. Oh yeah. You can special summon this card by shuffling 2 spells from your hand or grave into the deck, including a ritual spell. You can only special summon it once per turn this way. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, return this card from field to the hand, special summon a light ritual from hand or deck, but shuffle it into the deck during the end phase. This card is only being played as a one of usually. Because I think this is the main way how, if you have a 1-card combo, I don't think this card is going to show up. But when you have multiple card combos, I think you just end on this guy on top of your normal end board, and then it just gives you more interruption on the opponent's turn, because obviously you can tag out into like Soravis, which is disruption on the board. We're going to talk about OG Soravis in a second, but this is a one of that you can access if you already have some of the combo pieces that you were going to search normally, so you just end on it on top of, you know, and it has some recycling to it as well. Last but not least, I believe this is the last card from Phantom Nightmare for this archetype, is the ritual spell, which is called Prayers of the Voiceless Voice. Can be used to ritual summon any light ritual monster, must also tribute, of course, blah blah blah, normal ritual summon stuff. If a face-up light ritual monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, you can banish this card from your grave, special summon Soravis, Saphira, or Skull Guardian from your hand or deck, ignoring its summoning condition. So, normally, I want to say, and we're going to check about that in a second, but I believe you're not going to activate this card on turn 1, because normally I think you ritual summon using Saphira. I think normally you're going to send this to the graveyard from the deck, and then it's just going to sit there and make your board harder to out. I don't actually think the standard combo, the 1-card combo at least, activates this card, but we're going to look at some variations of the combo in a second. And most lists I've seen play 2 of this card, not 1, not 3. I believe you need it in the deck to send it for Saphira, so that's probably why you don't play 1. Yeah, probably why you don't play 1, because you want to be able to send it from the deck to the graveyard with Saphira. But yeah, the card is decent, but obviously on its activation effect, it's just a regular ritual summon, so nothing too broken about it. And that's all the new stuff you play. Honorable mention, we have Soravis, OG Soravis, which is actually pretty good in the deck. It's being played, I think, at usually, I mean, I've seen it anywhere between 1 and 3 copies. Usually, I think the standard is 2. Obviously, we all know that this card is like a pseudo hand trap that can stop targeting effects, which can be quite relevant to stop something like Effect Veiler or Impermanence, right? But the cool thing about this card is this deck can actually summon it with like the other Soravis. You can tag out into it. And people don't really know that this card actually is solid on the board. Like, for a card that came out like, what, 8 or 9 years ago, this card's actually quite good on the board. Because it says, when your opponent would special summon a monster, quick effect, return this card to the hand, negate the special summon, banish that monster, or those monsters. That's pretty good. That's like, if your opponent link summons, it kind of works like a Solemn Judgment, or a Thunder King Rayo is a better... Thunder King Rayo is a better, like, comparison. Because you just negate the summon and banish those monsters, and this returns to the hand, which then enables you to use the targeting protection effect, right? Pretty cool. So Soravis is pretty good. I've seen anywhere between 1 and 3 copies of Soravis in this deck. It's pretty nice. And then there's also the potential to play Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon, which you can cheat out as well, because it is a light dragon ritual. And I believe this guy negates spell cards. This negates spell cards, which is pretty good as well. This is an optional card though. Like, you can put it into, like, I've seen people play 1 in the OCG sometimes to summon out a spell negate with your effects that cheat out other rituals. Right? You can't cheat this one out. Must be ritual summoned. Oh, does this not count? Oh, this, you can't summon it with Soravis, but you can ritual summon it. Okay, that's probably why. That's probably why they play 0 or 1 copy, because you can't summon it with Soravis. Because I was about to say, if you can summon this with Soravis, it'd be pretty good. But you can't. You're right. You're right. Good point. Good point. This thing says it must be ritual summoned or pendulum summoned from your hand. So you have to summon it with the ritual spell if you want to summon it. But you can't do that technically. But I think I don't like it. I think I prefer just playing Soravis and Skull Guardian. But it's I just wanted to mention it for completion's sake. You can play this card. Before we hop into any of the other things that you can play in this deck, because there's a ton of other cards that support the archetype, why don't we go ahead and take a look at some of the things that the deck does, just to understand what the deck is trying to achieve. And obviously, one card combo, Low, the Prayer of the Voiceless Voice. Normal summon Low enables you to place a spell and trap, in which case I think you're going to always place Barrier here. Barrier can then add... And this is why, this is very linear. It's not like the Snake-Eye combos where we have to go back and discuss 10 times of what the ideal thing to get is, because in this, this is like, you know. Barrier, I believe, gets you Saphira. You then use Saphira to send prayers from the deck to the graveyard. And it adds a light ritual, which in this case, you're going to search Skull Guardian Protector, right? And then you're gonna go Saphira, tribute Low as the entire tribute to summon Skull Guardian, right? And then Skull Guardian triggers to add a Voiceless Voice monster from deck to hand, or Soravis, because it says Voiceless Voice or Ritual Monster, Warrior, or Dragon. And I believe the Low also comes back, right? If a light ritual is special summoned to your field while this card is in the graveyard, does that count? Because it's being tributed. I think it does. Yeah, it does come back. So it's Chainlink 1 Skull Guardian, Chainlink 2 Low. Low comes back. And what do you search here in the normal 1-card combo? Does it matter? Is it just Soravis? Or... you search Follow-Up or Soravis. Let's just say we search Soravis then. Okay. And so what do we have from this 1-card combo? What do we have from this 1-card combo? An Omni Negate? That's it, right? Oh, no, we're not done. We make Dynamondo. Okay. We make Dynamondo. Which is, I guess, very important. If this card is special, target a card on the field and a ritual in the grave, shuffle both into the deck. During your opponent's turn, you contribute this card, target a ritual, add it, or special summon it. Oh, I see. The reason why you want to make Dynamondo here is because on the opponent's turn, you use Dynamondo to tag out into the Skull Guardian. Which allows you to bring back Low again, right? And then Low... or does this not special? Yeah. You can't... no, this was summoned properly. This is a proper ritual summon. We have properly ritual summoned the Skull Guardian, so we can bring it back. And then the reason why this is better than just passing on these immediately is because now Low also places the trap card on the opponent's turn, right? So the 1-card combo gets you to this position, right? Which is, to be honest, this is, compared to Snake-Eyes, right? This is worse. But for 1 card, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. What we have here is we have a targeting protected 4100 Omni Negate. We have a once per turn Rhoda that our opponent has to get rid of, otherwise we can do more next turn. We have the trap card that lets us destroy at least 1 card at the moment. This is now 1 pop because we control 1 Warrior Light Ritual. Right, so we have 1 pop from the trap, 1 Omni Negate, targeting protection, can only attack this. And this thing in the graveyard says, if a face-up light ritual leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, banish this card from the grave, special Soravis, Saphira, or Skull Guardian from hand or deck. So, like, if they find a way to get rid of this thing, you can trigger the spell in the graveyard to float into, like, a Soravis, right? Or you can return the Soravis in hand to special the main deck Soravis from the deck. No. No, you can't, because this says shuffle a light ritual monster or a ritual spell from hand or grave into the deck, and if you do, add to your hand or special summon a Voiceless Voice monster from your deck. Oh, you can summon the new Soravis, you mean? Yeah, you can use this to shuffle back Soravis from hand or the ritual spell in the graveyard and summon this guy. Right? If you think that's better than pop, you can summon this guy, and then if the opponent activates a card, you can tag out, return this card to the hand, and tag out into a Soravis from the deck. Yeah, you can do that. So this card is either, this card can either turn into a Soravis, or it can turn into a pop. Yeah. Yeah. Can low place from the graveyard? No. Is there a way, because this card pops itself, right? Is there a way to recur this card? Is there a way to recur Voiceless Voice trap cards from the graveyard? No way. Okay. All right. But this is the essential of the deck, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how well this deck extends if you have more cards. Like, what happens if I have barrier and low already? Like, what's the advantage here if I draw these two to get? Like, how do I extend these plays? Mike, I understand the concept of the deck, right? But can I do more? You can play around more hand trap. I mean, I get that, right? Like, if I normal summon this and my opponent imperms it, if I have this already, like, it's pretty good. Of course. But just in the sense of, you can end on Old Man Soravis? Can I? I mean, in this particular case, I don't even know if that's true. I guess let's mention one other card. Let's mention Diviner. Let's mention Diviner. Diviner in this deck is pretty cool, because the thing you do with Diviner, what you would expect maybe, is that you would send like Herald of the Arclight with Diviner to search your rituals in a ritual deck, because that's what every ritual deck has been doing. In this deck, that's not what you do. The most broken part about Diviner in this deck is the fact that it summons a level 2 or lower fairy, right, from your deck. So what you do with Diviner is you actually have to play this card, which I think is like a soft brick. It's a soft brick that you don't really want to draw, but, you know, you have to do it just because this is a way. This card, actually, this card, probably not everyone is familiar with this card. This is a fairy level 9. During the main phase, if it's in the hand or grave, quick effect, tribute up to 3 fairies, special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. Then you can apply these effects. These usually don't matter. Like, it's just the fact that you can, you can tribute your Diviner for this thing immediately, right? Which honestly makes it okay to draw if you draw it alongside Diviner, because if you draw it alongside Diviner, you can just Diviner to send Herald, search with Herald, and then tribute Diviner anyways, and it also makes it imperm safe, right? But drawing it without Diviner, I think, kind of sucks. Anyways, you would go Diviner, tribute Trias, and then Trias tributes the Diviner, and then the Diviner floats into low. And then low, you can do, basically, you have the entire standard combo here, but you have an extra body, which I don't know exactly how much you gain from that, to be honest with you. I don't know if you can do anything crazy with that extra body. I'm trying to go through the motions right now. Like, you would still search a Saphira here. That Saphira would grab you a Skull Guardian. I'm pretty sure you still go Saphira, banish now, tribute this, summon the Guardian, Guardian low effects, summon back, Skull Guardian searches Saravis? And then what do you do here with the tree? Like, how does it change? Wouldn't you still want to go Dynamondo? Trias is level 9. Like, what's the... Can I make use of this somehow? Or do I just do the same end board like this? Do I just vibe and have a Trias here that's just sitting here for free? Like, in this case, it's basically the same combo as low, just with an extra body. You can go IP with low. Dynamondo on the opponent's turn. Dynamondo. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you make... Oh, IP is in my fire deck. Hold up. You make IP Masquerena. But you have to keep the Skull Guardian. Now on the opponent's turn, this doesn't have an Omni Negate at the moment. So what you would need to do is IP Masquerena into Dynamondo. Dynamondo effect. If this card is special summoned, target a card on the field and a ritual in the grave. Shuffle both into the deck. So you don't want to shuffle the Skull Guardian back into the deck, but you can just chain its own effect to bring it back, right? So you go Chainlink 1 Dynamondo, target Skull Guardian, target one of your opponent's cards, Chainlink 2 Dynamondo to revive this, so that it doesn't get shuffled back into the deck, right? So you shuffle one of your opponent's cards, and then, because this came back, low triggers, and then low places the trap card. Why IP? Because you got a shuffle from Dynamondo. It says shuffle both into the deck, but I'm pretty sure that works. Maybe not, I'm not sure. Dynamondo to revive is only the opponent's turn. Yes, this is the opponent's turn. It does need both? Okay, well then it's literally pointless to make IP. If it doesn't work, then IP Masquerena does nothing for this. Then I genuinely think it's best to just leave the freaking Trias here and don't do anything with it. Does SP have the same wording? I think so. I think you're right. I think both means both need to stay there. Yeah, it's both. Yeah. So IP doesn't make sense. So you just end on this. You end on this, and then you Dynamondo back this. This brings that back, and then you get... Dude, this deck gets owned by Bystials, no? Isn't this deck completely lost if it gets Bystialed once? I feel like Bystials fucked this up. I'm not gonna lie. How bad is it into Droll? You start with low, place barrier. Barrier searches Saphira, and then you get Drolled, and you can't use Saphira anymore. It's very decent into Droll. I mean, how? You can use... I mean, yeah, I can use it. I don't have to add. I can send this, but then I still need to have the ritual in my hand already. Like, if I don't have a ritual in my hand now, I can't do anything, right? Like I would need Soravis or Skull Guardian in hand already. For instance, right? I mean, to be fair, right, the deck has a lot of other tools. Like, it's not just one card combos. I guess if you draw multiple cards, you have a better way of playing through Droll and Lockbird, because obviously you have 3 low, 3 barrier, 3 Zafira. You can hard draw the rituals. You have Diviner. Okay, there's a couple other things. But my main question, my main question is there something I need to look at in terms of a different end board? Or is that the concept behind the deck? Just efficient ways to get to that sort of setup? Like, because to me, it feels like a Centurion situation where I'm looking at one combo line and I'm almost done with the most important parts of the deck. Like, unironically. So this is the core package, right? You would play 3 Diviner, 3 low, 3 Saphira, 1 Trias, 1 Soravis, 2 and 2 of the rituals is the standard that I've been seeing. 3 barrier, 2 prayers, 1 radiance, right? And so that is 7, 11, 15, 21 cards. And I think here comes the strength of the deck, is that it does this stuff relatively efficiently. It's got some good support cards, and the rest can just be non-engine, right? Because from what I've seen, popular tech cards for the deck include pre-preparation of rights, because pre-preparation, like this card, I think lists, which one does this list? Oh, all of them. It lists all of them. So you can go, pre-prep is literally just search the field spell plus one of these 2 guys, right? So that is a cool card to your disposal. You just go +1. These 2 guys, obviously, the ritual spell and the ritual monsters aren't like the bread and butter of the deck. I would say this portion is more important. So I've seen people cut down on pre-prep in order to be better against roll. Like, I've seen lists that only play 1 or 2, but it's fine still. You can play a Nadir Servant package to like send Herald of the Arclight and go +1 and go Maximus, because the extra deck is very open for the deck. I think you play like 2 Dynamondo, some other situational stuff like Typhon, but like for the most part you have room for a lot, right? So Nadir Servant is an option. Another card that I've seen people use is Pot of Extravagance, right? You can use Pot of Extravagance because the main combos of the deck don't draw cards and it doesn't need its extra deck that much, so you can use Extravagance. You can also use Pot of Prosperity, obviously, right? Depending on which one you want to go for. The thing about all these spell cards here, I think all these spell cards in the deck are pretty good. Like, no, you're not going to play all of them, but the more you play, the weaker you get to Droll and Lockbird. The thing that I've seen most people do is they've been playing Pot of Extravagance and some amount of pre-preps. Those seem to be the most consistent ones because those are the ones that's just so they don't require you to play any sort of engine requirements like for Nadir Servant, right? And they're the most simple +1 that you can have, right? They're the easiest +1s you can just grab to do this. You can play Prosper over Extravagance. I'm not going to debate that right now. That's not the point of this. But like some amount of power spells you should probably play. I don't think you should exclude all of them just because they make your deck weaker into Droll, right? And that would put it up to, I think that's 27 cards. 27 cards. And you're gonna have room for like 13 non-engine, which is solid. You know, it's solid. The main problem, I think, for this deck is that I don't really see it going second. Because these linear combo lines make it almost impossible to push through boards. I feel like, is my impression. Super Poly helps. You can play Super Poly. Yeah, you can play Super Poly. But we don't. We're gonna discuss non-engine in a second. I want to like maybe use like 30 minutes to discuss non-engine in general into this format. So that's what Voiceless Voice does. And just for completion's sake, extra deck, you play Herald of the Arclight because you don't always want to send Trias with Herald. You play Diviner just in case you need that removal. If you play something like Ultimate Slayer or Nadir Servant, you're going to play stuff like Malong. The deck can make Chaos Angel, so that comes up. Omega is another card for the Dogmatica package. You play usually at least 2 copies of Dynamondo. If you play Extravagance, you might even play 3 because it's probably the most important. Probably the most important extra deck card for this deck. And then you might also play multiple copies of these guys, right? You probably play Typhon. You play... I've seen people play Linkaribo and Almirage, probably as a way to link off your low and get it into the graveyard so you can summon it back for free later, as well as obviously being able to make SP Little Knight, which I think the deck still plays. Being able to make SP Little Knight with effect to banish, right? Secure Gardener is a card that I've seen people play. However, I don't quite understand why. Am I missing something? What's the... It's for... Okay, it's after Legacy of Destruction. Okay. I just sorted it out for completion's sake. And I've seen some people play Azalea. I guess you could do that. But the extra deck is very open for this deck, really. The most important thing is probably Dynamondo and some targets for Herald. And then some good stuff. And then some good stuff with that. Yeah. Baron Axel. You can also try Baron Axel if there's ever like a... But how would you get there? Like, Herald sending a level 4 would make it a level 6. Where's the level 2 coming from? Well, yeah. So that's Voiceless Voice. Compared to how we talked about like Snake-Eyes for hours, it feels very... it's very simple in comparison. It's very simple in comparison. But I still think it's a decent deck. But I don't think we have to... I don't think it's a mystery. Like, I think the deck is just relatively straightforward. But that's okay. Do you think it can really compete with Snake-Eye? Define compete. Define compete. There's gonna be Voiceless Voice decks that top YCSs, I think. Not many, but it can. It's not gonna be close in comparison in like performance to it's not gonna be close to Snake-Eye in terms of top cut representation. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it next week as well. Maybe I have to play it more. Maybe I'm underestimating it. From my perspective, it seems like the main advantage of this deck is that it's solid into max C. Like, let's say, which is I think the main reason why it's good in the OCG, because it has good lines under max C. Like, let's say you go normal summon low, place barrier grabs Saphira. Saphira goes ahead and dumps the field spell to search Guardian. Then you go banish Saphira. You get max seed here. Summon out Skull Guardian. Use Skull Guardian to search. Bring back low. They get 2 draws from max C. And then maybe you give them a 3rd. And then you call it a day. And that's not too bad. It's still not great though. But I don't know, man. So I think it depends on what you think compete means. It's not going to be better. It's not going to be better than Snake-Eyes. But it's a good Yu-Gi-Oh deck. It can probably like win regionals. It can top YCSs. I think it's solid, and that's all there is to it. I think obviously low is relatively pricey at the moment because the deck is, I think people are looking into it because, you know, the fire deck is not something that everyone is willing to afford or able to afford. And I think it is for, I mean, how much would this deck be? I guess Chaos Angel, SP, Typhon, you're still looking at an expensive extra deck. Still, like, the deck is gonna be like $400 or something like that, right? Like 3 lows, 3 diviners, some ultra rares, some staples, SP. Like, it's not cheap. Like 400 maybe, 150, 3 diviners, 60, that's 210. You have 210, you have an SP, that's 310. Chaos Angel puts you to like 350s, Typhon puts you to 380 plus the rest. Yeah, you're looking over 400. You're looking at over 400, which is still expensive. Not gonna sugarcoat it. So not gonna call it a budget option, but it's definitely more budget than Snake-Eyes, right? Yeah, but it's an okay deck for sure. Like it's gonna be able to perform, right? And especially, I mean, maybe there's people who like the I think the main selling point of this deck is not how good it is. I think the main selling point of this deck is that it's relatively simple and easy to pilot in a world where the fire decks are not only going to be incredibly expensive, but also incredibly, like, you have to be invested, I think, into fire format to what's it called, to get good at the fire decks, right? The fire decks have a lot of nuance to it. I feel like that even after looking at it for hours today, I don't think I'm going to be able to pilot a fire deck perfectly yet. It's going to take a while to get used to, right? And you need to be dedicated and willing to learn and put in the time to get good at fire format, right? And this deck is more simple than that, right? And I think that's a real reason for some people, because time is a valuable resource, and not everyone wants to spend all the time on Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And I genuinely think there were people in Tournament format that weren't like, they didn't play Flu because they hated Tournaments or whatever. It was simply because Tournament was freaking hard. And I think this deck is like what Flu was in Tournament format. This deck is kind of that right now, because it's relatively simple. Like, it's way easier to get into this deck than it is to get into the fire deck, right? So yeah. So for what it's worth, I'm glad the deck exists, right? I'm glad the deck exists. I'm glad it's an option. I think it's solid, and we're gonna see just how solid it is in a little bit. Okay. That being said, let me quickly hold up. My food is completely cold. Whenever we do the IRL streams, my food just always gets cold because I can't eat well, you know. It's react time? No, I'm just gonna eat it after. I don't want to react right now. I want to talk Phantom Nightmare. It's more hype. All right. It's time we talk about non-engine. It's time we talk about non-engine for the upcoming format. And I have a huge pile of hand traps here that we need to discuss. A huge pile of other cards. And a huge pile of like board breakers here. We have some stuff to get through. Hand traps. Let's talk about hand traps first. Let's go over them one by one. And once again, this is going to be my quote-unquote first impression of these cards in fire format. we have spent some time. I'm gonna just go one by one. I'm gonna just go one by one, and I'm gonna start with the two biggest ones. Why don't we start with Droll and Lockbird? Droll and Lockbird is a card that I think people are heavily anticipating to play and play against in the upcoming format, and I do think the card is going to be relatively popular, especially in the beginning. My initial impression of the card is that against Fire Kings specifically, or Snake-Eye decks rather, I always say Fire King, my bad, Snake-Eye decks in general, Droll and Lockbird is not as good as everyone thinks, or a lot of people think right now. The card is not bad on the other hand, though. Like, the funny thing about Droll and Lockbird, against fire decks is that it genuinely feels, it only feels underwhelming because what you are used to from Droll and Lockbird. You are used to, if I put Droll and Lockbird in against a certain deck, I want it to completely end their turn. Like, I want to throw Droll and Lockbird, I want to see Troll Despair in their eyes, and I want them to just say go. It doesn't do that against the fire decks, but it still stops them from doing some of their stuff. It still provides value when you discard it, depending on their version. They can still go through Promethean Princess, Ambler Whale, IP Masquerena setup. It's not going to stop them completely from playing, but it does stop some stuff from the deck, which makes it overall an okay hand trap against Snake Eyes, especially if you are able to pair it with other cards. That being said, there are other cards that feel the same way or better against fire, but the fact that this card is also good against other decks in the format makes it so you could still consider playing it. You know, it depends. If the card is okay against fire decks, but then it also covers, like, I don't know, Voiceless Voice pretty well, Monadium, if that's going to be a thing, you know, whatever, runic versions. We have to see what else is there, right? Because we know a huge chunk of the pie chart is going to be Snake Eyes. What is the rest going to be? And for that, Droll and Lockbird could be okay, right? You're not going to play it mainly for fire decks, but if it's okay for fire decks, but also good into the rest, then I could see people playing Droll and Lockbird. So I think it's an okay card. Nibiru is another one of those awkward cards. We've gone through some of the combos that the fire decks can do to respect Nibiru and play through Nibiru. They exist. Even with one card, the fire decks have ways to play around Nibiru. The question is, are people going to go for those lines, or are people going to go for the standard lines? Because some of the standard lines are really weak into Nibiru. Which makes it so you could at least consider playing Nibiru if people are not prepared for it, haven't practiced their lines in the beginning of the format. And another thing is, we're going to talk about stuff like Valor and Imperm. If you go for a full hand trap approach in your deck and you play a lot of hand traps, pairing Nibiru with Imperm or Valor is pretty damn strong. Most of the Snake-Eye decks, if you pair Nibiru with an Imperm or a Valor, it's going to go in pretty hard. So I like Nibiru if you go for a heavy hand trap approach, and you already play cards like Valor or Imperm. I think Nibiru is decent for that matter. That being said, you have to realize the card is pretty damn bad. If you only have Nibiru and your opponent plays around Nibiru, then it's pretty bad, and it's also pretty bad against something like Voiceless Voice. At least from what I think, the standard Voiceless Voice combo doesn't really play into Nibiru unless they have Diviner. Diviner, they might play into Nibiru. I'm not sure. Ash Blossom. Ash Blossom is an interesting one. Ash Blossom is a very interesting candidate because it doesn't feel that great into Snake Eyes. It's always being played in the OCG because, of course, Maxi exists. Over there, it's like not even a question whether you play Ash Blossom or not, because Maxi is a thing. You wanna maximize your outs to Maxi, so you're always playing Ash Blossom. It's a fire monster, which is both a positive and a negative. Like if you're playing against fire decks, it means they can summon it with Hita, which is annoying often. If you are playing a fire deck yourself, it means you can add it back with Sunlight Wolf for the grind game, which is also sometimes pretty important. Overall, I think Ash Blossom, even though it's not that likely to stop a fire turn alone, like they just need one extender to play through it. In general, I think there is going to be two ways how you approach deck building in the upcoming format. You're either going to go for a very heavy hand trap approach, or you're going to play almost no hand traps. If you go for a very hand trap heavy list, then you're still going to play Ash Blossom, because if you pair Ash with other hand traps, it becomes pretty good. And if you play very few hand traps, then you're not going to play Ash Blossom. The thing you have to understand is that the fire deck is not immune to hand traps. The fire deck just doesn't really lose to one singular hand trap. So that's why I'm saying you're either going to play a lot of hand traps or almost no hand traps at all, or maybe no hand traps at all, because, you know, there's no point in just drawing one, right? And then we got two that we can talk about relatively quickly, Valor and Imperm. I think these two are going to be your bread and butter of hand trap heavy decks. If you play a hand trap heavy deck, you're going to play these two. These might even be better than Ash overall, but I think these are pretty good against fire decks if you play multiple of these, right? So you're going to play these. Like these are, I think Imperm, Valor, Ash, and then Nib on top is like one of my favorite hand trap lineups at first glance. What else do we have? We have Phantasme, which is a card that I think Phantasme is pretty good against the fire decks, but it's not a hand trap in itself. Obviously, you have to rely on it drawing stuff, and sometimes the stuff that you draw can be too late. Like if you draw into an Imperm, it doesn't do anything. If you draw into a Droll, it doesn't do anything that late. If you draw into an Ash Blossom, it might be too late. Even a Valor could be too late, because Valoring, like you would want to Valor earlier usually. Also, if they have the field spell, you might play into it. I think Phantasme is interesting, just based off the fact that no matter which version, the fire decks always link summon, right? And so Phantasme is at least worth considering. But it's not really a hand trap. So yeah. Ghost Bell. Ghost Bell is, I don't think it's that great. It has usage because you can use it on Flamberge's Graveyard Effect, which cuts them off of 2 monsters. But I think at that point it's already quite late. I'm not sure. It's good against Labyrinth if Labyrinth is popular, but at that point it would be a side deck card. But it doesn't feel that great. Another card, speaking of graveyard interaction, that I think is pretty good is DD Crow. Also, you guys can stop saying this is a pack stream. I have, at this point, I have high rare staples, but everything else I have normal stuff. Okay, calm down. DD Crow, I think, is pretty good. Or like, it could be pretty good. I'm getting the feeling that this card could be pretty alright in the next format. Simply because against Fire King combos, I think hitting either... There's 2 options. You can hit Flamberge Dragon. You can hit Flamberge Dragon when they try to revive it with Promethean Princess. And so that way they lose the Flamberge and they lose the IP Masquerena on your turn. So that's pretty good. You can also sometimes catch them in a situation where if they have 2 level 1s in the grave, they trigger Flamberge, you crow one of the level 1s, they don't get to revive. So I think DD Crow is interesting. It's also really good against some of the more rogue decks. Like it is really good against Voiceless Voice, I think, is the first impression that I have. So DD Crow, I think, is going to be solid. And like if they play Fire King Snake-Eye, that deck usually only plays 1 Flamberge. So if you crow the only Flamberge, I think that's pretty good in the long run. If you can get into a grind game from that position, you might be ahead of your opponent based on that. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Non-ulti, by the way. Keck W. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is maybe okay. I don't think it's better than the other cards we've looked at, though. Like, you can hit IP Masquerena with it. You can hit Formula Synchron with it, depending on which version you're playing into. But that just seems so minimal. It seems so minimal. If you could hit Fire King Island with it, it'd be good. But the problem is Fire King's the Sanctuary just protects it. So that makes it, I think, a no-go in that case. It works on Appaloosa. It's good against Voiceless Voice to hit the barrier. It's not a bad card. I think it was worth mentioning. I think it was worth mentioning, but I think you are better off playing some of these others. Mourner, I think Mourner is not very good, unfortunately, simply because it cannot hit normal summon Snake-Eye Ash. I think that's a big downside. Otherwise, it would be an okay hand trap. But I think you're better off playing others. Cherries, I guess let's mention Cherries. I think Cherries is gonna be too experimental because simply put, the Snake-Eye deck doesn't really rely on one singular card in the extra deck. Like, even if you take away like Promethean Princess, there's still plenty of other lines that you can do. Let's go into some pretty good ones here. Shifter honestly is the only hand trap here in this entire lineup that I think is going to be able to win against Snake-Eye on its own. But it's also Shifter, which means not every deck can play it. Not every deck can play Shifter, but Shifter is really good against Snake-Eye because you get rid of so much recursion, so many, like, the deck, honestly, I don't even know what the combo is under Shifter. That's how bad it is. Like, we figured out alternative combos for almost every single one of these hand traps. For Shifter, I got no idea what you can do. Like, I think some versions play Assembled Nightingale plus Zeus. And so you can, if you get Shifted, you just make Assembled Nightingale and hope you don't die. That's literally your plan. Or like Fucho, maybe. I don't know, man. I genuinely, Shifter is a problem for that deck. Some honorable mentions. Retaliating Sea. Retaliating Sea is the card that when I saw it, I thought maybe there is something here. Because obviously Snake-Eye uses that spell card to summon from the deck, which you would be able to summon this thing then, and then you get basically a Macrocosmos. They can SP banish it, but then you're still forcing them into a different line, right? You're still forcing them into quite a different line than normally, and the materials that they use to make SP also gets banished, right? So I haven't tested this theory. I'm just saying, when I went through my hand traps this morning to prepare for this discussion, I looked at this and I was like, you know, maybe there's a world. It was at least worth mentioning. And then we have two cards that are quite popular in the OCG right now because they are citing a lot of Gamma. But because, of course, this card is limited, I mean, one Gamma and one Driver isn't the greatest deal in the world. They are playing some amount of Psy-Frame Gear Delta as well over in the OCG at the moment. The most common ratio that I've seen is playing 2 Delta, 1 Gamma, but you could theoretically play 3 and 1 as well, right? And so it's like Gamma to negate monster effects. Obviously, Gamma is one of the best things you can do to a Snake-Eye Ash because you negate and destroy it. That's pretty good. And Delta is obviously here to stop the original Sinful Spoils, right? So pretty cool. Mostly those are hand traps you can only really side deck though, right? Because you wouldn't want to main deck these cards. So that's my first impression of some of the most relevant hand traps in the format. Oh, Bestials, I guess. You're not gonna main deck Bestials. I feel like that should be obvious. These cards are not very good against fire decks. These cards are not good against fire decks, but they could be potential side deck options because they're pretty good against Voiceless Voice and some other rogue decks or not fire decks. So if you are ever worried about them, they're definitely still good to side deck. I don't have to tell you that Bestials are still good cards against the decks that they can hit, right? And that's my hand trap first opinion, first impression on the format. In general, I think hand trap decks, like hand traps, are going to be solid. But like I said, if you want to commit to hand traps, you want to commit to playing a lot of hand traps, because otherwise you're not going to draw enough of them. Because one is not that likely to stop the fire deck, right? Let's talk about board breakers. And for board breakers, to put it into perspective a little bit better, when we talk about board breakers, we need to look at what we're trying to deal with, right? What are we letting our opponent make? And obviously, there is no one end board we can look at here. There's different versions of the fire decks that make different end boards. There are, you know, multitude of different ones. Let's just quickly look at some standard end boards from like maybe the Synchro version and the Fire King version of the deck. Let me see. So normally what you're gonna face, let's say if you're facing the Fire King version of the deck, the most popular combo that I have seen so far, and I am aware that there is different versions of it, the most common version of the combo that I've seen ends on a Flamberge Dragon. Where's my IP Masquerena? I had it a second ago there. It ends on an IP Masquerena, a Flamberge Dragon, a Decode Talker Heat Soul, the Fire King setup with obviously Sanctuary and Island, right? A Kirin in hand. A Kirin in hand, and then with some graveyard setup as well. This is all off of one card, by the way. So the graveyard in this case would have a Promethean Princess, which is relevant. It usually has a Linkaribo, which they can use at some point. It's got some level 1 fires in there as targets for Flamberge. Like you can have Oak, Ash, Poplar, and I think Ponix in there. Ponix, where's Ponix? Ponix, there's Ponix. And there's obviously a Garunix in the graveyard. Right? And there is, I don't want to go into too much detail. There is different versions of this combo. This is just the 1-card combo. And even for the 1-card combo, there's different ways you can do it. But like, these style of end boards, right? Yeah, maybe the Heat Soul, instead they go for Amblo Whale. Maybe they set up an Arvada in the Spell and Trap zone instead of the IP Masquerena. If they have more, they can also end on Appaloosa immediately, all that kind of stuff. But just as a principle, right? You just to understand where the interaction comes from in the Snake-Eye matchups, right? This would be the sort of end board that the Fire King deck makes, roughly, right? Where your points of interaction here are obviously you're going to have a decent amount of cards in hand, so you have a good chance of drawing hand traps. But just from your board, you have an IP Masquerena that can come out of the Spell and Trap zone with the Flamberge. You have a Kirin that can trigger your Garunix in the graveyard. You have a Promethean Princess that can come back and pop a card. Your Flamberge is gonna float into infinite follow-up. You have multiple pops from this end board if you sequence it correctly. Because if you go, I don't want to say anything wrong because I don't remember the exact sequencing off the top of my head right now, but you can definitely go and set up an Arvada and revive it as well. Like you're gonna like summon out Garunix once the Kirin is in the graveyard, and then you're gonna pop an Arvada. Bring back, I think you have a Kirin in the graveyard even, I don't know. But like you can make this guy as well, right? I've gone through all of this on stream right now. I just can't think of the exact ordering right now, but it doesn't really matter for this example. So like the question is, if you are going for a non-board breaker approach, how would you, a non-hand trap approach, how would you interact with this deck, right? And the first thing that people are mentioning right now is super polymerization. Super polymerization. Where do I have it? Super polymerization on this board can obviously fuse into a Mud Dragon of the Swamp. That is possible, right? You can super poly this end board into a Mud Dragon of the Swamp. This doesn't really matter whether this can be a this can even be an Amblo Whale. Still same thing. You can still super poly into a Mud Dragon of the Swamp. I think the problem with super poly is that they still have a lot. If you super poly this, they still have a lot of stuff. If you know, if you super poly this board. If you have Amblo Whale, yeah, if they can make Zealantis to respect super poly a little bit, but the thing is, even if you make Zealantis here, like let's say you end on Amblo Whale and then you link the Amblo Whale into Zealantis, you can still get super polyed after the Flamberge brings out the Masquerena, right? Into Earth Golem ad Ignister, right? On these two. The problem, I think, the core problem of super poly is even if it works in this situation, they still have so much. So you have to discard a card for your super poly. You fuse these two away, right? You have a Mud Dragon now, but they get to revive two with Ash with Flamberge Dragon. So they're gonna like revive Ash and Oak to revive Ash to search follow-up, revive Ponix as well, right? Revive Ponix, and then Ponix is gonna search follow-up too. Mud Dragon protects from targeting, but there's a very easy way how the Fire King deck can get around it. They just go Kirin here, pop their Ponix, use Garunix in the graveyard, and then Garunix can simply go ahead and pop another Kirin in the deck, and then the Kirin is non-targeting, going to pop your Mud Dragon. You just chain Mud Dragon to call fire and Kirin is dead. Kirin doesn't target. Kirin does not target, no. So here, the Kirin pops your Mud Dragon, and the thing is, it's not even done yet. Now, if you special summon, you get the Fire King Island triggers to make the rank 8, right? So that blows up the board. One more time, the entire board, not just like one monster. This blows up all the monsters at that point, right? And then after that's done, if you have more special summons, Promethean Princess comes in and pops one of your special summons too. Pops one of your special summons, Garunix even triggers and summons more stuff back from the graveyard. Like I just don't see how you go about consistently beating this sort of setup with 4 cards left after Super Poly. I don't see it. The card works. Super Poly can be resolved against this deck almost every time. I genuinely don't think it's going to do enough though. Right? Maybe, and that's a big maybe. Maybe it's better against the Synchro version of the deck, right? Because they don't have all that Fire King trickery going on, right? They don't have all that Fire King trickery to play after they get Super Poly. Maybe. Not a given. Like for example, if they end on Baron and Savage, you can just make this guy, right, and stop both of their Omni Negates. At the same time, that deck still has the Promethean Princess and all that, right? So like they're still not left without anything, but you can against Savage plus Baron, it's good. The problem is what happens if they like, if you play the Synchro version, you can probably figure out a way to end on like not both Baron and Savage. So let's say they end on just Baron. How do you go about super polying just a Baron? I'm not sure. But, well, anyways. So let's talk about evenly. I'm skeptical about Super Poly being good. I'm not gonna lie. I think Super Poly is it might be bait. It might be bait, honestly. But okay. Because don't forget that this deck, if it's being played with a lot of hand traps, the problem is that, like, even if you are theoretically able to Super Poly them and then deal with all of the stuff I just showed you, like, they're still gonna throw like an Effect Veiler or an Ash at you, and you get cooked regardless, right? So I don't know if Super Poly is that good. Evenly matched. Evenly matched. Unfortunately, I don't even think evenly matched is that great either. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, if you evenly first of all, if you go battle phase, they could already go Flamberge into IP and go into like an SP if they want to respect the evenly, theoretically, which would make it technically even worse. But let's say they just let you go into the battle phase because they think it's a bait to activate talents or something like that, right? Let's say you can go into the battle phase and you activate evenly matched, right? I'm pretty sure what happens is you banish these. I'm pretty sure you keep the Flamberge. And then in main phase 2, keep this in mind, because you don't have a battle phase, it's impossible for you to win the game in this turn, which means that they still have like 4, 5, 6 cards in hand, and you have to, like, they get even more follow-up, so you don't only have to start playing, you also have to be able to deal with all that follow-up. Fire King Island does not trigger if it's banished face down. Face down banish cannot trigger. It's not gonna pop your Flamberge. You start playing in main phase 2, right? And then a couple things are gonna happen. A couple things can happen here. You can either start with Promethean Princess by popping the Flamberge Dragon, which is gonna pop one of your special summons after evenly. And Flamberge Dragon is gonna trigger to bring back all kinds of cool stuff from your graveyard. You can bring back Ponyx, you can bring back Ash, and that's gonna add you 2 cards for follow-up. So at that point, you're sitting at like 7 or 8 cards in hand. If you start with it this way around, and then you still have Kirin to pop, Promethean or one of these guys into Kirin summon, into send another Kirin, into trigger the Garunix, trigger the Garunix. Then you're gonna like destroy another Kirin from the deck to get another pop, right? If you have an Arvada in the graveyard after your first turn combo, which sometimes happens, this is even more crazy because Arvada is in the graveyard. Garunix pops a Kirin, Kirin brings back Arvada, pops a card. Like, there was an evenly matched, and now it's your opponent's main phase 2, and there's 5 monsters vibing on the board after we've popped like 2 of our opponent's cards. This is not viable. This is not, you're not winning this game. They have like 8 cards in hand and 5 monsters in main phase 2. You're not winning this. There's no shot. There is no shot. I genuinely don't see how the board breaker approach does anything. And the same is true about Dark Ruler no more. The same, and this is why it's so important to learn these decks yourself, to play these decks and theorize with these decks yourself. Because you're just gonna think, oh, they don't have an Omni Negate, I'm just gonna evenly match them. No, you're not. No, you're not. I just don't see it. Dark Ruler this. Dark Ruler this. Like, there's still all the interruptions in the universe. Like, we still have Garunix in the graveyard. We still have Promethean Princess in the graveyard. We have Kieran in hand. So all this stuff, like, it's just gonna, you know, like, it's so much. And once again, if you Dark Ruler this deck, you can't kill it again. Like, they're just gonna have this. This is the craziest thing about this deck, is that it has so much follow-up. They have so much follow-up that, like, anything that makes you unable to kill them is not going to be winning the game. Like, Dark Ruler or Evenly, I think, are straight up not viable because of this, right? So let's talk about maybe what is viable in these sort of situations. Let's talk about cards that are actually good. I think it is genuinely not great to full commit into a board breaker approach, right? I think the way you solve this deck, and that is simply a fact that you have to accept, besides Dimension Shifter, there is no one card that is going to win you this matchup. That's why it's going to be the best deck by so much, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be as dominant as it is in the OCG, for example. There is no one card Hail Mary solution that's going to solve all of this deck's interaction, right? I think one card that has been played in the OCG for a while is Soul Release, right? But what I'm getting ahead of myself. The reason why, or like what you need to do against this deck, is you always need to be prepared to really work for it. If you're trying to win a game against this deck, you have to work for it. You have to, like, pair multiple cards together with a strong engine. You know, maybe you hand trap them once or twice to make their end board weaker, and then you still need to pair that with, like, a strong engine hand or one or two dedicated non-engine cards. Like, for example, a card like Soul Release, right, looks maybe not as intimidating, but this takes away a lot from this deck, right? The Soul Release takes away Promethean Princess, Garunix, and basically enough level 1s from the graveyard so that the Flamberge cannot trigger anymore. Right? That was the idea behind Soul Release, I think. The idea behind Soul Release was you take away Princess, Garunix, and enough level 1s so that the Flamberge can't even bring anything back anymore. Right? You do not need to banish all of the level 1s, because Flamberge has to bring back 2. So if they only have 1 left, that's okay, right? So you would do this, right? I guess you would probably banish the Ponix instead of, like, the Poplar. And then you're kind of vibing. They still have summon out IP Masquerena into like an SP. They still have hand traps, all that, right? But it's I think Soul Release is interesting. Soul Release is not going to win you the game alone, but you have to be able to, if you are able to enter into a grind game after this situation, right? You're looking pretty good, because most decks only play 1 Garunix, they only play 1 Ponix. Some even only play 1 Promethean Princess. So, like, if you get into a grind game here, you're looking okay. Another card that makes it awkward for this deck is Cosmic Cyclone. That is specifically, this one is only really true against the Fire King version, because if you Cosmic Cyclone the Fire King Island, it's going to blow up the entire board, and because the Fire King deck doesn't really have negates for spell and traps, you can basically decide whenever you want to do that. Whenever you want, you can basically blow up the entire board, which makes Cosmic Cyclone in general, I think, one of the best cards for the upcoming format. I think this card is going to be in almost every deck, because this card is not only good going second against this deck, it's also phenomenal going first. And it's also going to cover so many other matchups. Like, it's obviously good against something like Voiceless Voice, which relies on the continuous spell. It's great siding it into some matchups that rely on field spells like Manadium, or you can even side it against Tearlament going first to hit like Scream or Pearl Rhino and all that kind of stuff, right? So Cosmic Cyclone is going to be a phenomenal card that is going to see, I think, a lot of play because of its utility. Against pure Snake-Eyes, you can still hit the stuff in their spell and trap zone. You know, if they try to go for like a cheeky Flamberge Dragon with a Formula Synchron in the spell and trap zone, you can just Cosmic that Formula Synchron, and then they don't get Baron, and they also don't have a way to get the Flamberge into the graveyard immediately, so maybe you can banish it somehow. It's a pretty good card. It's a pretty good card. Once again, another card that's also really good, by the way, is Talents. Talents is pretty cool. Because this deck doesn't have many Omni negates. Even the pure version has like one Omni, but like the Fire King version doesn't have any Omni negates. So you're pretty much always going to be able to use Talents to take or to draw whichever you need. Like Talents is almost always live. So Talents is good. The thing about these three cards is that they don't win you the game on their own. Right? You still need to work for it. You still need to have a solid hand and be able to play through whatever they have left after you use these cards, right? So I think these cards, this is I think the only approach that can work against this deck, because you're not going to win off of Dark Ruler or Evenly Matched or Super Poly. Well, Super Poly technically also goes into this category. So Super Poly could be an okay one to pair with these, but like pairing like a Dark Ruler No More with a triple Tactics Talents, I don't know how far it's going to get you. I think it's a matter of these cards are solid. What else is there that's solid that you can pair with some other stuff maybe? Like I think Called by the Grave is a card that's worth mentioning. Called by the Grave is very good going first and second against this deck because you know, you can hit like the Garunics out of their graveyard and all that. It's a pretty good card against this deck. Also the deck, if it plays hand traps, then Called by is also going to be great, obviously. But hitting something like the Flamberge Dragon is also pretty huge because they use that pretty much every turn, not just on their turn. They use it on both. So being able to call by their only Flamberge is pretty huge. Against the Fire King version, you can hit the Garunix, which is pretty strong. You can hit the Promethean Princess. It's got a lot of high value targets. Obviously, you need to be careful if you're playing a fire deck yourself. Called buying one of these cards could end up biting you because you also don't get to use it. So yeah. The same is true for Crossout. Like you would think, oh, if everyone is playing fire decks and I'm playing a fire deck, this card should be insane in the mirror. Technically, not wrong. But if you cross out an important combo piece that you then need yourself, like let's say they have a Flamberge with an IP Masquerena, and you cross out the Flamberge, that's technically really strong because you stop the IP from coming out and you stop the revive. Like it's a very high value crossout, but you also don't get the Flamberge in that turn, so that's huge too. You have Fenrir, which I think is an okay card, but it simply doesn't do enough because it just plays into, I don't know, Promethean Princess right off the bat, or yeah, but I think it's okay. I think Fenrir is an okay card. As always, it's hard for Fenrir to be bad. Lightning Storm and Feather Duster, quite frankly, don't do anything. Actually, we can go, let's go closer. I think Lightning Storm and Feather Duster simply don't do anything against this deck, really. Like, I mean, I guess you can Lightning Storm the Fire King Island version, or Duster the Fire King Island version, because Sanctuary, I don't think Sanctuary can protect. Does Sanctuary protect? Once per turn, if it would be destroyed, you can destroy a fire. Oh no, you can, I think. I think you can protect it. So yeah, those suck. Pankratops doesn't seem great, but not terrible either, at least. Change of Heart is not good because Kirin just dodges it. The same is true for enemy. The only deck that I think enemy controller is going to be somewhat solid in is Voiceless Voice because you contribute Diviner and that's pretty sick. Book of Moon. Book of Moon doesn't seem terrible because you can like book their Flamberge. They can still summon back from the spell and trap zone, but they won't be able to link it off, which is only good in, it doesn't, it's not great. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Thrust alongside Talents is going to be great going second. Obviously, Thrust is going to be good with Talents. They can't stop it, basically. We've talked about Dark Ruler. Droplet, I think, is... Droplet could be okay if your deck has good ways to send cards for it, like being able to Droplet, negate, like, I don't know, just one or two of their cards. But once again, Droplet doesn't take care of everything. So I don't know if it's good enough for the heavy cost that comes with it, right? Dark Ruler, I think, is terrible. Lava Golem. or Sphere Mode. I just have a hard time. I have a hard time imagining being able to use board breakers against this deck. I really have a hard time doing so. Yeah. Ultimate Slayer, if your deck can play it, seems okay. Ultimate Slayer is kind of like not many decks are going to be able to use it. Not many decks are going to be able to use Ultimate Slayer, but it is in some ways the perfect card to go into these sort of decks, because it doesn't aim to solve the entire board on its own, but what it does do is it trades favorably with some of their interactions, right? Like, you don't get rid of everything, but hey, you get rid of maybe the IP Masquerena, or maybe the Amblo Whale, and you send Bucephalus Garura, draw a card. So you just go free +1, one of the cards on their board is gone, right? So I think it's okay, but only few decks are going to be able to play it. I think Voiceless Voice is one deck that can look into it, right? And then there's Kurikara, which I think is not very good in the upcoming format, but I think fire decks are going to be playing one copy, so just be aware. It's not going to be something for the mirror match, though. It's not going to be something for the mirror match, I don't think. Simply because, yeah, it's searchable off of Snake-Eye Ash, so I think you're going to side it for like Pearly and stuff like that. Like, just having this card in your side deck, if you're playing a fire deck, makes like the Pearly matchup free. I don't know how good it really is in the mirror match. I mean, it can help OTK at random points, right? Because if the Flamberge triggers, the Flamberge usually brings stuff back that triggers as well, right? Like Snake-Eye Ash Populous or something like that, right? So, like, maybe you can just summon a randomly super big Kurikara and get rid of a lot of their bodies and get in for game that way. So maybe it's okay for the mirror match, but I mean, this only applies to fire decks anyways, because this is only playable in fire decks. Yeah. In general, if you want advice on what I would start with, obviously it always depends how much room your deck has for non-engine, right? Like, it's not as clear because it's different from deck to deck. But I think my initial instinct on how to build a deck for this upcoming format is, I think the best way to deal with the fire deck, and this mostly applies for the mirror match, because I'm going to be honest with you, I think going second into the fire decks with any deck that is currently, that is not a fire deck, is going to be very tough. But if you want to build a deck for this upcoming format, I think the best approach is to try and hand trap the fire deck as best as you can with some of the hand traps that are good into it. Like, I think mainly to mind, I think Valor, Imperm, Crow, and Ash are solid one-card trades into it. And Nibiru on top of that seems solid, right? And then I think your best bet is to pair that with some of these other good non-engine cards that we talked about that are good independently. Like cards like Cosmic, Triple Tactics Talents, Called by the Grave, maybe side decking Soul Release. I think if you can try to hand trap them and then throw one talents at them, if you have a solid engine, you might be able to get into a solid game. But genuinely, you should probably move away from the idea that one singular card that isn't named Dimension Shifter is going to stop the fire deck in its tracks or win you the game on its own. That such a card simply, to my knowledge, doesn't exist. It simply does not exist. What about Econ? Econ doesn't seem great to me. Especially if they have a Kirin in hand. They just pop, right? I don't know. Any thoughts on cards like Necro Valley and Ishizu Shufflers? I think Ishizu Shufflers are significantly worse than Soul Release. First of all, you need a way to put them into the graveyard, but most importantly, because the thing is, even with Soul Release, I think it's incredibly unlikely that you're going to kill them on that turn, right? And if you don't kill them on that turn, you're going to have to deal with their follow-up. And no matter how you look at it, the fire deck has crazy follow-up, no matter how you look at it, right? And so you need to worry about, if you can't kill them, you need to worry about the long term. And if in the long term, like Soul Release actually gives you value, right? Because if you banish a couple of the cards that they only play one copy of, then their follow-up might not be as crazy. Like if you're able to banish their only Garunix, or maybe even their only Flamberge, because the Fire King deck only usually plays one Flamberge, right? If you're able to take those cards away forever, then maybe it's going to be manageable in the long run, right? Because you really can't expect to win the game on the first turn against the deck, right? Because they have too many interactions for that. They have too many interactions for you to win the game on the spot. Pair that with the fact that they probably play hand traps on top of all that as well. Like, I just think it's not likely that you're going to be able to win the game immediately with all the things that they do put up. I just don't think that happens. I think the situation in general is going to be, it's going to be tough if you're not playing a fire deck yourself. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think we are getting we're getting very close, at least, to a tier 0 situation between either Fire King Snake-Eye, Fire King Rescue Ace Snake-Eye, or Pure Snake-Eye, or Synchro Snake-Eye. In that regard, to me, they're all the same in that sense. But I think between all the Snake-Eye decks, I do think we are very close to having a tier 1 format at our hands. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, the more I look at these cards, the more I look at these combo lines, the more I think about how do you stop these decks, what kind of non-engine can you play, the more I'm feeling like, hey, you just have to play a fire deck. From a competitive perspective, I see little to no reason to not play Snake Eyes. I'm gonna be honest with you. These cards are incredible. And that's gonna be the format for a while now. The thing is, a couple words of encouragement as well, I guess. I'm not gonna say anything positive about the price point of the current format. I think that is the biggest issue of this format, is the fact that you are being priced out if you're not able to afford these cards, which I think that is the worst combination of, like, this is one of the most expensive decks that Yu-Gi-Oh had in quite a while. And the fact that it's also by far the best one, I think, is problematic in that regard. But I mean, we've had this discussion over and over and over again, so I guess it's pointless of me to add to it one more time. From a pure gameplay perspective, I can say that I think if both players are on a fire deck, it's looking quite enjoyable. I can tell you that from my perspective. At first glance, the fire mirror matches, because they leave so much room for interaction, right? They look pretty good. I'm enjoying myself playing these fire decks. I had a good time playing the fire deck in Master Duel yesterday, and I am imagining that the mirror match is actually quite fun. Which obviously doesn't help if you're not able to get the fire cards, right? It doesn't help that in that regard. Still, I'm still looking forward to playing the fire decks. I think the deck is quite cool. I think the deck is quite cool, even though it is quite powerful. I'm not gonna say it's not completely broken, because it is completely broken. But that does not mean that the mirror match is bad. It is one of those decks that's going to be the best deck, but I think the mirror match has a lot of room for skill expression. And to be fair, the format is still going to allow for skill expression. Like, even if you're not going to play a fire deck, if your opponent is playing the fire deck, but they're not playing it well, then I think you got openings to win. Then you got openings to win with a deck that isn't as good as the fire deck. I think the fire deck is only going to be really good if it's also piloted correctly, right? So there's that. Sorry to repeat, what do you think of Gravekeeper's Inscription? So what, you want to call the effect that they can't summon from the graveyard for the next 2 turns to stop Promethean Princess, Garunix, and Flamberge? I could see that. If you are playing a different deck that isn't, you know, Activate. Oh yeah, the Dweller one does the same, I guess. The Dweller one does the same, but also stops Poplar. Okay. Yeah. It depends what deck you're playing though, right? You obviously can't do that if your own deck relies on any of those things, but technically possible. Yeah. All right. Chat. This is all still it's still very, you know, there's a lot going on in my mind about this Fire format that we are now in. I hope this stream was helpful. I know it was a little bit all over the place with me learning the stuff as well, but I think I still think that, I mean, that sort of process is what it takes to get into these sort of things. We're gonna put all of the things that we've learned today to practice next week. We're gonna do a lot of remote dueling with this deck. There's also gonna be the ability for my subscribers to take part in these remote duels. You know, I'm gonna set it up on the weekend. The way I'm probably gonna do it is for the days where we play remote, I'm gonna open a Google form where people can basically apply to be on stream, right, and play against Mr. Streamerman. Where I'm just gonna have you guys, you know, submit like, you know, your username and what deck you would be playing, and maybe an image of your remote setups to make sure it looks good. And then we can just play a whole lot of Phantom Nightmare format the next couple of weeks. I think I'm looking forward to that. I'm gonna let you guys know about that in the Discord over the course of the weekend. Until then, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Memorex, thank you for the last minute prime. I was about to end, but thank you so much for the support. Appreciate all of you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope it was helpful. I hope it got you some insight into Fire format. And yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the subs. Appreciate you guys a ton. Thank you for hanging out, and I will see you guys on Monday. Don't forget to join the Discord server, !Discord, if you want to take part in the subscriber remote duels on Monday, when we finally are going to put this deck to the test. All right. See you next week, everybody. I will send you guys over to Mr. Farfa. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful weekend.